time for those most famous words in motorsports. Drivers, start your engines!
Michael Conti comes up at a corner number 4 in the checkered flag. He wins his first NASCAR iRacing.
Good evening everyone and welcome to RaceSpotTV, the home of the 2015 iRacing.com World Championship Series. My name is Andrew Woodhouse and I'm here for the Spirit of VLN, the final round here at Spa-Francorchamps of what's been a really good pulsating season of endurance racing. Now, still a couple of classes to be decided here tonight, and it's the Class 2, the Cadillacs, and the Class 3, the rough C-Spec. They're the ones that we'll be focusing on. Also the Ford GT needs to be decided, but the Zebra 3 car has quite a big lead in that class. Just about to go to the grid, and well, Spirit of VLN-series, mixed class endurance racing, 5 different classes of car of course, and we've seen some really good action all season long. The classes that have been wrapped up is the Class 4 for the Kia Optima. That's the Karcher team, and they've wrapped that up with 4 wins from the 4 races that they've entered so far this season. They missed round 5. And also Class 1, the BMW Z4 GT3, that's been won by TNTRacing.com, and they will be starting from pole position here tonight as well. Class 0, the Ford GT, There's an 18-point gap for Zebra 3 over Sim Racing Eki and Canard PC. They're out of the running in third place. Class 2 is the Cadillac. That's main PC Sim Racing. They're ahead by 2 points over the Sim Race Drivers team car, the number 21. Then it's online simracing.de, number 994 car with 60 points. And the fourth car that is eligible to win the class today is the Spanish Cardiaholics team, the 555 car as well. They've taken 3 second places this season so far. In the rough C-Spec, Sim Racing Eki, they lead by 5 points over Talk Freak Racing. Both teams have won 1 race each. Also the 911 car of griptv.org, they're in with a shout. And FRT Racing are the outsiders in that class in 4th. Some drivers just finishing off qualifying session out there. David Williams put that car on pole position, the TNTRacing.com BMW. Now, we saw in the previous round here at Spa this season, of course, the Spirit of VLN is held on 3 separate tracks. We visit each track twice, so that's Road America, Spa-Francorchamps and Suzuka. We saw in Spa last time there was a massive pile-up heading down towards Eau Rouge on the first lap, echoes of the 1998 Belgian Grand Prix, of course, in Formula 1. We hope to see a clean getaway today so that these guys can really race for the titles that they are going for. So the pace car is at the front of the field. And looking at the grid, there is a healthy dose of BMWs as you would expect at the front. Couple of caddies interspersed there in there. And then the leading Ford GT is the main PC team car as well. And they are the giant killers today. Werpo Moto there in 14th as well in that class. And the class leading Zebra 3 car actually qualified only in 19th place and 5th overall in the Ford GT category. And that is class 0. What can we expect? 4 hours of endurance here. Over 100 laps we would think to be completed. And it's one of the most challenging circuits that any of the drivers will visit throughout the year. Spa-Francorchamps, the classic track, dates back to the post-war Grand Prix. Be of course a lot longer before they truncated it somewhat in the late 20th century, but still a wonderful track here, and I've raced here many times. It is absolutely brilliant. Not long now until the start. Of course, nerves are going to be running through the drivers' heads. Maybe not so much at the front for TNTRacing.com. David Williams, who's piloting the first stint here, he's going to be just relaxed. He's going to be just trying to beat Sim Racing Team Romania and get the what will be the 4th victory of the season for TNTRacing.com and that 37 car. So he leads away behind the pace car. Very, very short time behind the safety car here, as it starts just before Blanchimont. Going through that, they are now the caddies with those bright headlights. You can definitely hear the Cadillac sneaking up behind you in one of the BMWs, and you've got to watch out in the first few laps, especially while the pack's quite close. The caddies are going to have insane straight line speed down the Kemmel Straight and up towards Lecombe. So David Williams then, as the pace car pulls in, will have the distinction of leading us over the line, but that line will come after La Source. This is the endurance layout. Bit of separation. There's a few dawdlers coming out of the bus stop, mainly the roughs, as we form up down towards Eau Rouge for the first time. The green flag is out here at Spa, and Sim Racing Team Romania got a really good start there, going side by side with David Williams into Eau Rouge, then up the hill over the crest of Radion. Watch these Cadillacs now. You can see in 4th place the Wario Kart Double Dash car, number 78, Christian Hewitt, getting close to challenging for 3rd place, but he's not going to manage it. Into Lecombe then. Is everybody cycling through? I can hear some contact. Not sure where that was. Oh, and then one of the Cadillacs is already off the course. Steven Zescher, main PC Sim Racing there, number 96. And the other car was Jens Jakob. It's the Team Phoenix 666 car. We've seen that banged up quite a few times this season. That's not started well. It's not the way you want to start a 4-hour race. I don't know if we have a replay of that, Hugo. So we can see the replay then. And, oh, just a bit of innocent contact in Lecombe. Clumsy manoeuvres by both drivers there. That's landed them in the barrier with 3 hours and 59 minutes to go. That's not what you want. So David Williams then leads away. It's Claudio Klima for Sim Racing Team Romania, who looks strong in these early stages. Because we're still in the first lap. There's a bit of a gap to Arcadia Racing. Lucas Gila, who they've had quite a solid season, 2 podium finishes. Klima now looking to put a lot of pressure on Williams. He's know the track. Dab of the brake through Blanchimont. See the lights flashing. Under the shadows, Klima very deep on the brakes, very late on the brakes. Beautifully done. Now he sets off after David Williams again. Leading Cadillac, the Wario Kart double dash car. That car is out of the running for the overall standings, although they have won rounds 4 and 5 this season. It just shows that if they'd have had a better start to the season, then that car would have probably won the title. Great pace there, Christian Hewitt. He's going to be lining up the second TNTRacing.com car. That's Aurelien Bonnet. He's sharing with Scott McIntyre. Through Eau Rouge. BMW much better through that part of the track, but the Cadillac is going to close up. Keeping a little eye on the battle for the lead. Klima's not going to have a move into Lecombe. He's not going to be close enough, but looks like the BMWs are strong enough through Eau Rouge that they can sort of keep the Cadillacs at bay, so that's relief for them. We saw the Caddies in the hands of main PC Sim Racing really take it to the BMWs in the second round of the season at Spa. So nice evenly matched start. Spanish Caddyaholics team as well have made a good start there, in third in the category. They're behind online simracing.de and that's Stefan Waldherr there. Gary Stark in the 6964 GT, the main PC team. That red livery with the white stripes on it, just ahead of Sebastian Wilms in the BMW. And the 4GT class really has been hard fought this season. Zebra 3, they are they're in pole position for the championship, but in this race they are actually last in their class. And they've been turned around actually at the Fanias chicane. There's been an incident with Zebra 3 with Kevin Pommier there, and I think that was that Ingo Lutz in the Cadillac. It was. So Pommier, it's a dreadful start for Zebra 3, who must think that they only have to finish the race, but that's not what they want early on. Drop them down to, well, they were in 19th place. I think they'll be a lot further down now, probably down to about 30th, maybe even last place. Indeed they are. It's past Left Racing, Justin Rebello, who's battling with Norbert Sass in the Kia. So yeah, there goes, and the 4GT having to brake to avoid the back of the Kia through Blanchimont. Front, David Williams holds an 8/10 of a second lead over the Sim Racing Team Romania car of Claudio Klima. Down the Kemmel Straight again, into Lecombe. Williams at 219.823 that last time. Klima 220.1, so 0.3 of a second quicker is David A. Williams. Looks like he's settling into a rhythm. One of the things he did really well in Spa was just keep consistent, good pace. Others made mistakes. They ended up out of the running, but Williams definitely was the class of the field there, and he has been in a couple of races ever since as well. Lucas Sheila, sort of in no man's land at the moment. He's about 2 seconds ahead of Aurélien Bonnet. Just to check actually in the Kias, but David Baker in the Karcher car, he's about 2 seconds ahead of... Oh, and there's a crash just in front of Baker. That's Ingo Lutz in his second incident already. That's the Sim Race Drivers Team Cadillac, the number 13 car. And let's have a look. Oh, he's lost it all on his own through Malmedy. Oh, hard into the tyres. And that's some serious suspension damage for that Kia. And he nearly reversed into the middle of the track. Oh, and he did actually hit the number 666 Phoenix Racing car of Jens Jakob, who's had his second incident, and that one wasn't his fault at all. So, awful driving from Ingo Lutz. It's 2 occasions. And we've got more contact, but with Jakob at Pouon. The 666 car is off again. And he looks like he's crashed with the 991 Porsche. Let's have a look down into Pouon. Oh, and he lost it on the braking, and he takes out the 991. Rough, beg your pardon. And the class-leading Kia of David Baker very, very nearly ending up involved in all that mess. So, poor driving at the back of the field. But at the front of the field, there's no such thing from David Williams and Claudio Klimak. Let's take a look at the 4GT battle for the class lead. Verpo Moto now have inherited the lead. And the main PCGE team with Jari Stark half a second slower on that lap. So Verpo Moto going well with Frank Newman. Lap 4 here at Spa. The Spirit of VLN-series here on RaceSpotTV. Andrew Woodhouse with you. And we've seen a pretty eventful start to the race, it's fair to say. Especially for the guys at the back, but the guys at the front, well behaved, settling into their rhythm. Of course, it's a 4-hour race, so we don't, there's no need to be really aggressive at this point. Get the consistency going, get the lap times going. See whereabouts you are on pace. Now, we're going to be looking for the battle for 7th place on the track. That will be the online simracing.de car, which has just been passed by the Spanish Cardiaholics team with Francisco Esteve. He's ahead of Stefan Waldher now. Good stuff from him, Esteve. He's clearing off as well, look at that. Already pulling a big gap on Stefan Waldher. I wonder if Waldher might have a problem. He's been very slow through Curve Paul Frere. Car looks okay down towards the bus stop. Devilish uphill chicane. Waldher, this is his braking point, and that will compromise him. He's got to take the sausage curb. It's not going to make his life any easier. So a poor lap for Stefan Waldher. He's down to 3rd place in the class now. So the Kia of Christian Kewitt is having a look now at trying to get past Lee Bunker in the RC UK Motorsport car. In fact, Bunker has just got past Christian Kewitt. Kewitt's going to have another chance with that power of that Cadillac down the main straight. Yeah, he decides to stay in the slipstream. I wonder if he's going to save a bit of fuel there. Maybe he knows that the BMW is quicker in the corners, so he's not going to fight anything really. 9 seconds off the lead, these two. They're 10 seconds ahead of the 555 car of Francisco Esteve. Have a look then at the rough battle, and it's a big one. It's Juha Pekalami who's at the front of that one for griptv.org. Their number 2 car is ahead of Stefan Koppens for Talk Freak Racing. Now, Talk Freak Racing, they're second overall in the championship. Grip TV are leading the championship, and these guys are actually 10 seconds ahead of Sebastian Scheiber in the Sim Racing Eki car, who's currently leading the championship, so that anything can happen in this class. Scheiber is currently behind Jose Fernandez in the FRT Racing car. See there with the Spanish flag on the roof. Fernandez coming through the corner with no name, and towards Puon now. I wonder what happened to Scheiber. I wonder if he had any sort of issues early on. Let's see, where did he qualify? He qualified actually second in class. They must have had a coming together and must have been badly held up, but he's closing in slowly on Fernandez. I think we need to stay with this for now, because Scheiber is definitely making some ground. Where's he going to make the move? Well, the obvious place will be in Kemmel. Also into the bus stop, that late braking area. Can really make a lunge there. Last time round, Fernandez 230.5. Scheiber actually half a second slower, so Fernandez doing well there. But the battle for the lead in the rough class is really hotting up. Grip TV with Juha Pekalami still in front, still under pressure from Stefan Koppens. And Koppens, he really got a nice run down towards Eau Rouge. If we go on board with Koppens, you can see just the elevation change that these cars have to deal with up the hill in an F1 car that's almost flat every time, even in the race. But in these roughs, got to take it very carefully. You can see Koppens moving to the inside now. He's going to try and take the lead from Juha Pekalami. And he's through. Talk Freak Racing into the lead then. And into the championship lead. Is Lamy going to have a look into Rivage? No, I don't think it's a great passing place. That can be done, but you've got to be alongside really. Oh, and Koppens all over the curb into the corner with no name. But we'll see now if Juha Pekalami can stay somewhere near Koppens, maybe save a bit of fuel, maybe run his tyres a bit longer. Good battle this though. This is what we want in the final race of the season. You know, we want the lead battles to be fast and furious. Back to the battle for 18th place, and Jose Pedrosa Fernandez, who is coming under increasing pressure from Sim Racing Eki and Sebastian Scheiber. Actually, the Zebra 3 car of Kevin Pommier, who had contact earlier on with one of the Cadillacs, he's just behind as well, and he's caught up 2 seconds on this lap, so you think he'd be going through any time soon. Can Sebastian Scheiber get some points back? This is the class leading car in the championship, Sim Racing Eki. Into the chicane then. Not quite close enough. Fernandez felt the need to go a tiny bit defensive there. Not sure really why at this point. Scheiber wasn't exactly in striking distance, but Jose Fernandez, FRT Racing, that last lap was pretty much even, so Scheiber probably getting a little bit of dirty air. But this lap should be better for him with the slipstream. But we're going to see that Ford GT as well challenging the Kemmel, but it doesn't seem like Scheiber's quick in the right places. out of the slow corners, but he may be able to use the Ford then. If the Ford can get through, he'll be able to use the Ford as a bit of a tow. Quite even in pace actually down the straight. Ford and the rough. And yeah, Pommier goes through. Oh, Fernandez a little deep into Lecombe. Not the ideal line, but Pommier's going to go through on the way down to Rivage, is he? But problem is Fernandez can't. He takes the tight line. That's quite a commonly used line, that. Now Pommier's going to go through into Liège. And does. Yeah, Sebastian Scheiber not making really any inroads at the moment in that Monster Energy liveried car. So we need to keep an eye on that. But see where the battle is. The battle going on actually for second place overall in Class 4, and that's... Oh, and Bram Reniers has gone off in the 451 car. Not enough PK racing. Well, there's not enough track for him on that occasion. Going very wide, just ahead of Ashley Blake Hood for Team Carnage. Ashley Blake Hood is another regular in the British Sim Racers Touring Car Championship. Race winner in his debut season in season 8. 2 seconds behind Bram Reniers, but Reniers made quite a huge mistake through Pouhon. He's allowing Blake Hood to get a bit closer, but not really making that much inroads there, but I'm sure we'll come back to that one at some point. So the lead is 1.8 seconds for David A. Williams and TNTRacing.com. Looking good at the moment. 220.24 last time, and the last lap for Claudio Klima for Sim Racing Team Romania was 220.614, so 0.4 of a second slower was Klima. Coming up on the 20-minute mark now, and in a 4-hour race, you would think that racing for 20 minutes, the normal sort of races on iRacing, the GT races last probably an hour, maybe just under that. A long way to go for these boys, and I think easy to forget when you're embroiled in a battle like this, as Klima loses another 0.4 of a second there, is that you still have to bring the car home in one piece, to focus on lapping the traffic, like Klima is doing now. That's Norbert Sass in the PK car sport car. He gets through there. Focus on lapping the traffic, hitting your marks, not getting any slowdowns, silly things like that. Because we've seen a couple of times, we saw in the last race here actually, one of the cars had quite a few slowdown penalties, and when you added all those slowdowns up throughout the race, it was almost a race losing situation with the amount of slowdown penalties they were getting. So you've really got to be careful, respect the track limits here, and you'll be successful. We're watching the battle now for 10th place overall. The Sim Race Drivers team car of Frederik Laditz just been passed by Stefan Volher. So Volher, who was going backwards a little, it's fair to say, managed to claw his way back up into 10th ahead of Laditz. I'm not sure if Laditz made a mistake, but it's definitely beneficial for Stefan Volher. Behind them as well, the main PC backup GT car, Jonas Vollmeyer. He's just going through on Steven Zescher is in the Cadillac and Jörg Vollmeyer is in the Ford. Two very similar team names there. I got a bit confused. 9 laps gone. Spa-Francorchamps, the Spirit of VLN-series. Final round here on RaceSpotTV. And we see that battle has resumed again for the lead in the rough class, and Top Freak Racing's battle to win the overall class in the championship. He's about a second ahead of Juha-Pekka Lamy, the Finn, in the GroupTV.org car. Towards the final chicane then for Stefan Coppens. Good line through there, using all the track. Really is a huge challenge, is this Spa circuit, but when you're in a rhythm, it can really be wonderful to drive and really good to compete on. Looks like these drivers are really finding their feet with that rear-wheel drive rough, which is a tremendous machine. You know, for Top Freak Racing, who have won, well, they won the first round of the season, and then the second and third races they finished second. Then they only scored 5 points in round 4, and they only finished 5th in round 5. So had a little bit of a slump the last couple of races. It looked like they were really going to take the championship, but now that battle, which we were watching for a while and nothing happened, has now come to fruition, with Sebastian Schieber going past Jose Pedrosa Fernandez into 19th place overall. And, well, that's important for Sim Racing Eki. Now, if it were to stay like this, they would get 16 points. Top Freak Racing would get 20. So Sim Racing Eki would actually win the championship if Schieber was to stay where he is, and Sim Racing Eki were to get the car home to the finish in one piece and in third place in the class. So that was a really important one. But FRT Racing coming back, Fernandez, he's going to have a look into Lacombe then. Schieber late on the brakes, but Fernandez a bit later. So that's going to, again, that changes the complexion. So now in the championship winning position is Top Freak Racing. So that'll annoy Schieber after spending a few laps trying to figure out how to get through on Fernandez. He's now been repassed by the Spaniard, and, well, he made a bit of a mess of Rivage. So he's dropped back to about 6-7 tenths of a second. In the background, there's the, need to have a look at Frank von Borstel in the P1 TV car, doing a solid job in 5th in the class. Have a look at the retirements, actually. The Team Phoenix car's out, and I'm sort of not surprised by that. 2 incidents there for them. Ingo Lutz is actually coming out in the 13 car now, coming out of the pit 6 laps down after an appalling manoeuvre, really. Earlier on in the race, rolling back onto the track. And, you know, he'll be looking to redeem himself somewhat. The lead for David A. Williams is now 3.6 seconds. And really stamping the authority on this race for TNT Racing, the winners of that class already in the championship. Now in the overall standings for the VLN, now it's worked out, the point system is worked out somehow. I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sure. But the TNT Racing.com BMW is actually leading the overall points as well, ahead of Karcher. Now, Karcher are in the lead, of course, tonight in the Kia class. Number 26 car, piloted by David Baker, and I believe Andreas Katz as well. And, well, they've still got a chance of winning the overall. They did not register a result in round 5. They did not appear to the race, so you know, they may have scuppered their chance of winning the overall prize, but they're still in with the shout of they'll win with the shout as long as they're in the race. And it's 3 Rough, Sim Racing Eki, Grip TV and Talk Freak Racing. They're all 3rd, 4th and 5th in the overall standings, with the Zebra 3 4GT in 6th place. So, been a very, very close season. For overall points, of course, mixed class racing, 5 different classes can sometimes be quite difficult to figure out the points and the order of things, but these guys in the VLN-series have done a good job of that. And there's now a battle on for 23rd place, and that's actually behind the Karcher car, leading Kia. And the Kia is so fast in the corners, in the slow and medium speed corners. It's just got so much rotation, being front wheel drive, and the back, it just comes around really nicely until we get to the fast stuff, and then it struggles a bit. You see here, holding up, that's Justin Rebello and the Pass Left Racing VLN Rough C spec, and there's the Canard PC 4GT as well. That's actually 4 laps down on Jean-Marc Brunet, and now that's the leader coming through, Williams. Oh, and that's not, well, it was nearly very poorly judged, but very well judged by Jean-Marc Brunet, and he's through, but he's going to get passed by Williams anyway, so I'm not really sure what's going on there. Because he managed to clear quite a bit of traffic in one go, Brunet, and he's on a mission. It looks like he's driving the wheels off that Ford GT at the moment since he's come out of the pits. 888 car, Pass Left Racing, Justin Rebello. Now down to the penultimate spot in class, and that's the Marcus Nofke in the 12 car. He's just been lapped by Claudio Klima, but Nofke was right behind the 888 Pass Left Racing car up until a couple of moments ago, until that traffic appeared. Klima thought about, and he's pursuing Williams, but he horribly held up in the traffic at the bus stop chicane. Thought about going past Rebello, but hasn't managed it, and that's allowed Williams to get away. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, nearly 5 seconds now is the gap to go over the line again. And one of those things you really can't account for is traffic. Don't know, as the Arcadia Racing car has had a big problem, it looks like. Hugo, I wonder if you can find that, but it looks like Arcadia Racing have had a big smash. They're now in the pits, and just lost it. I think Lucas Sheila has been really consistent, really good all the way through the series, coming through Liège and in the 25 car, and smashes it into the opposite fence, and he's had to tow that thing back to the pits. Yeah, he tried to get it going again. We can see on the replay then, comes through Liège, and he just loses it, unfortunately, on the AstroTurf, on the exit, and smashes into the left-hand fence. So that's appalling for Arcadia Racing. That's really bad news, because they were trying to get 2nd place overall in the class, and they still might do that, but it's looking for all the world now that RC UK Motorsport are going to be the ones who are going to take that 2nd place in the Class 1 for the BMW Z4. Lee Bunker currently in 4th place overall in that category, and 17th place has been fought over quite vociferously here. Sorry, 15th place. Talk Freak Racing involved. Still haven't quite. They have actually dropped the Grip TV car about 2 seconds in front. But then it's the Zebra 3 4GT who's making his way through the field. Kevin Pommier in 15th place at the moment. He's going to try and get past Going to try and get past Stefan Coppens. He'll probably do that in quite short order. The 4GT a bit quicker. By about maybe 2 seconds a lap. And there he goes through. Likewise, one of the Kias. That's Ollie Kral for the main PC Kia Fun team. Now, unfortunately for them, last time round, they had one driver in for the entire race. And unfortunately, he was... I think he came to pit road, he'd done his fair usage stint, and there was nobody to take over from him. So unfortunately, he was beached in the pits for the rest of the race. That's not quite what you want in a 4-hour race. Especially when you've put all that effort in. But then, you know, have somebody let you down, teammate not turning up. This battle for 18th place, the 99 and the 75, the roughs, again Fernandez and Scheiber, with Claudio Klima trying to come through. Second place man there. Yeah, Fernandez, FRT Racing, Sim Racing Ekis, Sebastian Scheiber. That's massive for the championship. Because again, Top Freak Racing doing everything that they can and that they need to do. Grip TV likewise at second place. They're not going to win the category with second, but you know, they need to beat Top Freak Racing, but they're only a couple of seconds behind them at the moment. He's rushed lapping around 5 seconds, 6 seconds slower than the BMWs. But Scheiber's lapping a bit faster than Fernandez now through Blanchimont. He's gone wide. Is he going to have a look into the bus stop? Not this time. Nothing hasty, but you can see in the background that P1 TV car, Frank von Borstel, he's managed to make quite a bit of headway on these guys. As you have Pekka Lamy, is he disconnected? He's disconnected for GripTV.org. The 911 car looks to be out. Oh, horrible look for you, Pekka Lamy. Disconnection in the final round of the season, fighting for the title and foiled by the internet connection. Well, that's one of the things that can happen in sim racing. We can have mechanical failures as well, and that's one there for Pekka Lamy, but that's a terminal failure, out of the race. I don't think they'll be able to actually... Well, I wonder if they can actually get back in, or whether that's their race done. We'll see. Pekka Lamy's managed to make his way back into the session, so can he get going again? We'll see that. May have to take a tow. So the lead is 4 seconds for David A. Williams, TNTRacing.com. Already secured the title in Class 1. Looking to win the race. Put the icing on the cake here. Big battle in the rough class though now. Now that Pekka Lamy is disconnected. 99, 75 and 15. That's Jose Fernandez. And actually von Borstel has gone through and he's taken Sebastian Scheiber. So Scheiber's title bid is not going so well at the moment, it has to be said. Down in third in the class now. Behind Fernandez, behind von Borstel. And it's not turning out exactly as they would have wanted. Still plenty of time to go, of course. We've only had 35 minutes or so. So, you know, we're not... all is not lost, believe me. Into the bus stop then. Oh, Fernandez has outbraked himself. That's going to allow von Borstel a great chance. Oh, there's contact between them. Oh, up and over goes Fernandez. And he's into the wall. And is he out of this Belgian race? He's got to carry on. He's got to crawl this rough round. Oh, and he can't turn it. Oh, is that going to be it for FRT Racing? Here today, they weren't in the chance. Well, they had an outside chance of the championship. He's going to have to crawl that round and get repairs because that thing is toast, pretty much. Oh dear, all four wheels look like they're trying to escape from the car up Eau Rouge. I don't fancy that. Oh dear me, let's have a look at that again. And, well, it looked like Von Borstel actually, have we got the replay up there, Hugo? So it looked like Von Borstel, he got the undercut coming out the bus stop. He just drifted wide. Just drifted very, very wide. And used more track than he probably should have done. Punts Fernandez. Damage to the front of that P1 TV car. Major damage to FRT racing car. I usually end up on my roof every now and again in the IndyCar, so know what that's like, and it's not good. But what that does mean is that Sim Racing Eki are now in the position to take the title again. Got a car with no damage. The P1 TV car's got, I think it's got front right damage. Have a look as that comes round. Yeah, oh, big front right damage, massive. Let's see how it's handling. Let's go on board. Doesn't look too bad. Oh, it doesn't look good either, though, I'll be honest. Very slow through Paul Frere. And, well, Frank Von Borstel, in his eagerness to get through, they have just gifted Sim Racing Eki the title. There is a long way to go. We've said this many times. I've said this many times. There's only me here. But, you know, over 3 hours still to go. But one of the key things to see is that Sim Racing Eki now has no damage on the car. They only need to finish second. Juha-Pekka Lami's back in the race. There's a big crash. Oh, which number? Oh, they passed left racing car. I'm told we've had a big pile up at the bus stop chicane. Let's have a look. Into the chicane. Rebello. Oh no. And that's a right mess. So one of the Kias then goes across. That's Ashley Blake Hood, I think. Let's have a look. Oh, it's Aaron Gearing then. So he goes, I don't know what he's doing to be honest, but he's gone over the bus stop, just stopped it in the middle of the track. I don't know what's happened there. I mean, that looks... I'm going to have to go on board and investigate this a bit further. Yeah, I have. Well, I don't really want to say anything about that because I might get fired. That's the only thing I'm going to say. That was disgusting. If that's what I think it was, that was absolutely disgusting. But and involved was so the 888 car. He's completely. It might have actually been a disconnection for Gearing, you know. That might have actually been what it was, and he might have just been going along blind a little bit, but it's hard to say. But if you know, I hope that's the case. I hope that's the case. That's all I'm going to say on that matter. But the past left racing car is in a right mess in the pits. The rear end is destroyed. One of the Cadillacs was involved as well. Didn't quite see which one that was. I think it was. I think it was a sim. Yeah, it was a sim race drivers team car. Friedrich Laditz. He was majorly involved in that. It was all a bit unfortunate for Laditz because he was just coming through the chicane as normal, He sees two cars piled up in the middle of the track. There's nothing he can do. And, yeah, he just ends up hitting the rough. So, it's a bit of a mess, that. To be honest, there's a battle for third place overall, and that's the Wario Kart Double Dash cars. Picked up some pace. Christian Guet is going through on Aurelien Bonnet. Oh, and he's nearly crashed into the... He's nearly hit the Canard PC car. Very late on the brakes there. Now this will be an interesting battle between Guet and Bonnet, because Bonnet is going to be quicker in the corners. In that BMW, it's much lighter, much more nimble. It's not as quick in the straights. And you see Bonnet closing right up then. They took right into that slipstream. But this is into Pouon. Needs to be careful there with the traffic on the outside. Canard PC entry. Into the Fagnes chicane. I expect these two to be trading lap times for a while now. We saw this in round 2. This is the point of the race where the Cadillac starts to really light up and come alive and really challenge these BMWs. So we'll keep an eye on it. So back to the 81 car of Stefan Coppens for Talk Freak Racing, and you know, he's doing everything he needs to do. He's in the lead of his class. He needs to win the race and hope that Sim Racing Eki, well, hope that they get, how many points? It's 5 points, isn't it? So hope that they get 5 points or more or less. In fact, if they get 5 points less, it'll be tied on points, but class win should go to Talk Freak Racing on countback, so that'll be interesting. Racing Eki, having given that big boost by that crash between Van Borstel and Fernandez. Van Borstel's lapping decently though. He's lapping actually, well, he was 0.7 of a second slower than Schieber on the last lap, but Schieber's not setting the world on fire with his times. And I wonder if it might be a slight problem for this team. You know, trying to win the category, and very close with the BMW through the bottom of the hill at Eau Rouge. Down the Kemmel Straight once again for Sebastian Schieber, and he's getting a beautiful toe off that RCUK Motorsport car. It's actually 6th overall, 52 seconds off the lead already though. That's the pace that David Williams is setting. We've not even hit 20 laps yet here at Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium. Track temperature is 40 Celsius, 26 degrees air temperature. And, well, the only real rules here is, in terms of the amount of time the driver can be in the car, really, is that it has to be a fair usage. So, one driver can't drive for 3.5 hours and the other for half an hour. But to be fair, there's a percentage involved, so 2-car team, one's got to do a certain percentage. Benjamin Trufflandier is disconnected. I'm not sure if he was actually in the race or not. But now, have a quick look. It doesn't look like he was in the car yet, so that's a good job for his team. It wasn't quite yet in the car. Going well for the Wario Kart Double Dash car anyway. Leading their class again. They've done that in the last 2 rounds. Unfortunately, they haven't been enough races to fight for the title, but you know, Spirit of VLN will be back next season on RaceSpotTV, and well, they'll be hoping that they can fight for the title then as well. And 6 rounds coming to you from April onwards. 1 race every month over the summer, so that'll be good. And a really enjoyable season, this one. Next season is a bit longer and a bit more spread out, a bit more time to practice though. Beautiful weather for these drivers as well. May mean that the rear tyres, especially on the Cadillac, might get a little hot. You see a couple of incidents early on because of that. Because of the Cadillac drivers losing the rear going into the corner. That's the thing with iRacing's tyre model. Very sensitive to heat, and you don't want to be spinning up those tyres too much. Even in, you know, these cars that are a bit more planted on the rear end, like the Ford, you still don't want to be wearing those tyres out, causing problems for yourself later on in the stint. Looking at the 98 car, Verpomoto, Frank Neumann. He's just ahead of the main PC sim racing car, Steven Zescher, who was involved in that contact at Lecombe on the opening lap. And that set him back somewhat. He's actually 55 seconds behind the class leader now, after he's facing the wrong way for a good portion of that, having to fight his way through the traffic. Just under 50 minutes gone here at Spa. And there are titles on the line here. In Class 0, Zebra 3, 18-point lead it was over Sim Racing Eki. Sim Racing Eki haven't actually brought their 4GT to this race. So, Zebra 3, well, look like they're going to be the champions. And that'll be well deserved. Definitely. Obviously, it's not always nice to win by default, but it's always nice to win, and that's what they'll be doing. So Kevin Pommier had that crash earlier on, and to be honest, I wasn't aware of the fact that the 9 car hadn't turned up to the race. Whilst Pommier has a massive moment there into the Fanias chicane. We've seen a couple of cars get a bit frisky into there. We've lost 4 cars, or 5 cars so far. That's the 33 main PC IDO backup Cadillac, the BMW. That's the APR Sim Racing Team Phoenix BMW, the 666 car. We've lost the 13 car Sim Race Drivers Team 2. We've lost Arcadia Racing, the 25 car, the BMW. We've lost the Team Carnage gear. And that's about it, I think. I think we've lost the Pass Left Racing car as well. So, yeah, that crash must have ticked them off sufficiently, and I really blame them, to be honest. Very unlucky. Now then, that battle for 15th place on the track and 2nd place in the rough category in Class 3. Sebastian Schieber, Sim Racing Eki, current championship leader as things stand, current championship winner as things stand. Frank von Borstel, or P1 TV2, is in 16th place overall, and 2nd place, well, sorry, not 2nd place, 3rd place in this rough category at the moment. And having a look is the Canard PC BMW, but to be honest, these guys are having their own battle. Don't want to be losing too much time letting other cars through. Is the Canard PC car going to go up the inside? Alexandre Bagnol thinking about it, we're going all over the place, Banyol. Actually, he is... he's battling with... He's not actually, he's laps down, isn't he? But Borstal rounds La Source. Held up quite badly there in that as the Canard PC car came through. He was got away for the moment, but we're not going to last too long. It looks like, despite the damage from Borstal, was going a little bit quicker. Of course, they do say that Spa-Francorchamps is a shadow of its former self. In some ways it's true, but in some ways they've created this modern masterpiece of a racetrack, which has every single corner, every single type of corner that you would imagine. Slow corners, fast corners, elevation changes. You know, they don't test here very often, but I've got to think this would make a damn perfect test track. Test all elements of the car's capabilities, especially for something like Formula 1. There's a bit of a traffic jam into Pouhon. A couple of the caddies there. That's the Spanish. That's the online simracing.de car, Stefan Volher, and Steven Zescher. They're battling for position. They've just overtaken actually the P1 TV BMW Sebastian Wilms. It's all a bit messy in there. Zescher, who does probably have the faster car underneath him than Stefan Volher. Closing in rapidly now. Headlights ablaze, and you can hear that Cadillac. It's so loud. V8 engine plows down towards Blanchimont. See how much you can close up on the braking. Answer is a good fair bit because there's a bit of a traffic jam. One of the Kias and Bagnol in the BMW. Volher goes through, Bagnol goes through. Is he going to let... Yeah, he does. Let Zescher through as well. So good driving by Norbert Sass in the Kia. Here Optima looks fairly pristine. Doesn't hit anything, that's good. Even at this point, it's still a good achievement when there's all these cars flying around you. Mixed class racing, not always the easiest thing to finish without contact. As Volher going through on the Canard PC BMW. Volher showing good pace there. Zescher's charges stopped a little bit. It was about 1.5 seconds quicker than Volher on that previous lap though. Rivage. It does allow Volher to get a bit of a gap though now. It's a bit of breathing space. This battle is... well, let's have a look. NPC Sim Racing are leading the championship at the moment. Actually, they're the ones that are in position to take the title in that class if it stays as it is. So Aaron Geary, we saw him in the Kia flying across the bus stop, and it was a PC issue. The PC just froze on him. So apologies to Aaron if we thought it could have been anything else. No, he's a fair driver. I've watched him racing BSRTC as well, but he's done that unfortunate look there, and it looks like that Team Carnage car is out, which is a shame. Would have enjoyed. It did cause some carnage, unfortunately for them. But would have enjoyed seeing them get to the end. Looking at the Kias, in fact, and it's only fair that we do talk about Karcher briefly. while they're out on their own, and actually one of the leaders is coming up behind them. Actually, the Wario Kart car is pitting, so we're going to hold on that. Wario Kart Double Dash car leading the Cadillacs today in the pits. Let's see how long it takes. As Henry Gross comes in. Fuel and tyres going on that. And he's down and he's away. Now this is a tricky pit lane exit. Those who've never seen an endurance race here at Spa, it goes down and then up and round a tight right-hander before the left joins onto the main straight, Kemmel Straight. Negotiated that nicely, did Henry Gross, and he's coming out around the P1 TV, around the P1 TV rough. So that's quite a way down, isn't it? That so might actually have been yeah, he was one lap ahead of that car, wasn't he? So yeah, he's good stop though. It looked like a Wario Kart Double Dash. So it looks like the stops are going to start. It's Francisco Esteve in the 555 car. He's coming through the bus stop. Is he going to come in as well? Excruciatingly long pit lane, and there he goes. Very tight entry here. Don't hit the wall there. So easy to do. We've seen that. Talk Freak Racing are in as well. That's from the lead of the rough class. Class 3. Got a trundle down the Grand Prix pit lane here at 59 kilometers an hour, which when your competitors are going past it over 150 must be awful. Still going, and then you've got to round this very, very tight. Oh, there we go. Yep, the Cadillac into the wall, as is customary, I think. There, the Francisco Esteve. Did he hit the wall? Maybe very slightly, maybe some net code there, but very, very slightly brushing that concrete wall. Francisco Esteve. They're all going down the pit lane. Such a long time it's taking. Already lost 35 seconds at least. Just going through pit road. Going into that car, Agustin Oya and David Barraclough has come in with the Talk Freak Racing car. Now, Barraclough was the one actually who was in the car in Spa last time, and he effectively cost his team a possible victory with the spin coming out of La Source. So he'll be looking to make amends for this. It's a long pit stop for that rough, and he's out. Oya's away as well. Pretty much as they left, actually, so good pit work there. Make sure you hit your box in endurance racing as well. Because it's a long race doesn't mean there's any time to waste. Now Team Romania are in. Well, for their pit stop, Claudio Klima. He's pitting. If there's anybody else thinking about making that long journey, Kevin Pommier, the Zebra 3, the effective champion of the Class 0. He's pitting as well from what's actually now second place in class, so that's a great recovery from Pommier to fight all the way back after that contact. Speaking of fighting back, Juha Pekalami is back in the 911 car. He's in 18th place overall. We only lost a couple of laps. And he is... well, he's about half a lap nearly behind the VE Racing entry, Marcus Nofke is in that at the moment, and you know, we'll see for them whether we'll see how far that the Grip TV car can actually get. Because, you know, it isn't impossible for them to fight through. They've definitely got the pace. Currently lapping 229.5, and he's 4 seconds quicker than the VE Racing entry. So definitely looking very good at this point. Nearly an hour gone, and oh, it's been a very good race so far. Spa-Francorchamps, Spirit of VLN. Dave Williams is in. David A. Williams in the TNTRacing.com BMW. He's leading the race. He was. He's not anymore, but he's in the pits. Actually, that hands it over. His teammates in as well, so would have handed the lead to Aurélien Bonnet, but he's trundling down the hill as well. Right, sorry about that, everyone. Bit of silence there. Even my voice needs a rest every now and again for 30 seconds or so. David Williams has completed his pit stop. He's handed over to Robert Tinsley, and Robert Tinsley did a really good job in Suzuka as well, inheriting the lead there. And it looks like we are just going to step aside for a quick commercial break. So join us back here very shortly here on RaceSpotTV, the home of the 2015 iRacing.com World Championship Series.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Welcome back to RaceSpotTV, and it's the final round of the Spirit of VLN-series here at Spa-Francorchamps on the home of the iRacing.com World Championship Series. My name is Andrew Woodhouse. I'm now joined by Paul Smith, who is a regular of the series. Paul, one, welcome, and two, thanks for helping me out.
You're alright there, Andrew. Anything to help you out? I'm just a little bit gutted that I couldn't take part in this race due to work commitments, but always keen to help out if you need it.
Yeah, you've raced in a few of these races this season, and you know what's it like being in the Kia among all these faster cars? You know, are you just constantly watching your back?
Well, at the start of the race, it's not too bad because you're just concentrating on the guys around you. But after about sort of like half an hour, you're then starting looking in your mirrors for the faster guys, the front runners, because you don't want to ruin their race to start with, and you also don't want to ruin your race because you're obviously battling with somebody else.
Oh, true, and that's one of the main things. Is, you know, it's okay trying to avoid everyone else, but if you don't make your own mistakes, that's going to be successful. Well done for Bathurst, by the way. That was domination in the touring cars the other day.
That was a lot of hard work, that was. I really struggled towards the end trying to keep my concentration up, and I think the guys in second place and third place, I think they caught up to me about 3 seconds in that last lap because I took it so carefully. But it was my first win, and I would be lying if I didn't let you know that I maybe had a little tear in my eye after I crossed the line.
I tell you what, you know, it's very, very, I don't want to go too off topic, but you know, it's very, very difficult when to keep everything in when you've worked so hard on such a difficult track like Bathurst as well, and you've got a completely different challenge here actually, Paul, in this race with Spa. The track is, you know, it's fast, it's flowing. It's not so much a flat track because obviously a lot of elevation changes, but it's wide and there's room to make mistakes. Bathurst completely different.
Yeah, it's absolutely. I mean, Spa. I ran here a couple of races ago with the Kia, and it's a fun track to drive to start with. It's fantastic to run in, but yeah, you can make a few mistakes though still, and you can end up in the walls, as we've seen a couple of guys do so far today. So it's all about just keeping your concentration up for your stint and trying not to make too many mistakes.
Yeah, we've seen already a couple of the leading cars in every class. Oh goodness me! Stefan Voldher in the Cadillac almost completely smashed into the Kia. Ollie Kral coming just up to that top part of Radion, and that's quite easy to do, isn't it, Paul? You come off. Oh, and he's crashed actually. He's crashed as Voldher in the gravel, and I don't really know what happened there.
It looks like he's just gone in a little bit too hot into Le Con, and just lost the back end. And once you move off the line here, you could just lose so much front end grip, and he's just clipped the wall there. So I mean, it's unlucky for Stefan there.
And of course, in endurance racing, Paul, that you know, you get these parts of the race where all the different cars you see on this straight here, they all seem to converge together.
Yeah, especially in the braking zones. I mean, the braking of the BMW complicator, as it gets a bit close to that Kia, the braking differences is just unbelievable. I mean, even the Kia with the rough C-spec, I mean, the Kia's a lot better on the brakes than the rough. The
Kia's better in the slow corners as well.
It caught me out. It caught me out the first time that I ran the Kia in this series. I was just amazed at how much quicker we were through the corners and under the brakes.
It's just a straight line speed thing, really, isn't it, for the Kia more than anything? But and fast corners, it doesn't seem to like those. But what we do have, I'll just away from that point for a couple of minutes. We've got David Williams waiting for an interview, the man who was leading the race. We'll bring David.
Horrible on others.
David Williams, welcome to the commentary box, my friend. Excellent first stint. You're looking good here.
Hey Andrew, thanks for having me. Yeah, it's not. We're doing pretty good, man. First stint ran pretty well, and Bobby's in the car trying some good lap times for us. So I think as long as nothing crazy happens, I think we'll go ahead and bring this home.
I think we had a similar interview with you in Suzuka where Robert Tinsley had just got in the car and you said, well, he's start off quite slow, see where he can get, and see where his pace is, and then he was going to build it up, and he went and he absolutely smashed it in the end. And are you with wrapping up the class championship, you focused on this overall victory, and this is the perfect way of doing it, isn't it?
Yeah, that's really the only reason we're concerned about putting in our best performance today. I mean, I always want to go out and give our best product out there for the TNT Racing team, but we're locked on the Class 1, like you said, but we don't have the lockdown yet on the overall. Although we are leading, the gap is very small, so we're trying to get out here, put in the best performance we can in our BMW, and hopefully points will fall right, and we'll go ahead and lock up the overall and the Class 1 championship, which will be just awesome.
What are you doing differently this time to what you did in the second round of the championship here at Spa?
The main thing we're doing this time is we changed the setup. The setup we came here with
I remember you said you had a lot of understeer, was it, last time?
Yeah, the setup we came here with last time was just, it was horrible. The only reason we won the last race was because of misfortune of the Blackadder team. It wasn't because of our awesome performance. I mean, granted, you have to still keep the car on the track and turn decent laps to be in position to take advantage of situations, but the car definitely wasn't up to par to get us the win outright. But things fell right for us. Cars landed where we needed them to, and we brought home the victory there. Our car this time is actually faster in race trim than the car we hit here last time in qual trim, so we're doing pretty good.
It looks like Claudio Klima's double stinting. Is it a worry, or is Robert just taking it easy to start with?
Robert's just taking it easy. I overdrove the car a little bit, trying to get ahead, get his little gap pulled out, and I'm behind on the incident count right now. So Bobby says, with the gap we have, he's going to try to take it easy and just try to keep the car clean and try to bring us back to at least even on our incident counts.
And then push on a bit at the end, yeah?
Yeah, he's going to run 2 hours in a row. So first stint will be make up some incident count laps for us, and then second stint he'll probably push a little harder. Or he may just stay at this pace. It really depends on the competition. I mean, there's no reason to drive 100% if 98% is going to keep you in the lead,
Yeah, definitely. And what's the plan then for these 2 hours out of the car? You're going to get some lunch?
I think I'm going to stand here and watch. And I think I'm also going to do some research on our new sponsor we just picked up this morning. We picked up a brand new sponsor, GTR Simulator. So I'm going to do some research on these guys and find out all their products. I know they sell awesome racing rigs, everything from basic, pedal and steering wheel holders all the way up to triple monitor stands, gear shifts assemblies, adjustable everything, racing seats in them. I mean, they got some really nice stuff. So I need to get over there and myself and check it out. So if your viewers want to go over there and check it out, GTRsimulator.com is a website, and probably within the next week you'll see all of our paint schemes changed and getting all the GTR logos on there and everything.
Very nice. All right, Dave, we'll let you get on to that, but thanks for coming in, and well done on your stint, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Take care, buddy.
David Williams there, Paul, and he's done a cracking job all series, hasn't he?
Oh, he's been incredible all series. He's He's always been one of the been up there for every race, hasn't he? So yeah, I mean, as much as I'd love to be able to comment on the racing that he's had, I've obviously been busy in other races, concentrating on my own racing, so I've not really seen much of his races. But yeah, he's always considerate when he's been getting past us in the lap traffic, so I've got a lot of time for him.
And I think we always talk about this. I mean, you've probably listened to me and Adam ranting on in the Kia in the touring car commentary, but we always talk about, you know, someone like Dave Baker who's racing today for Karcher. He always stays out of trouble. He's always consistent. He never gets involved in anything unnecessary, and that's kind of what TNT Racing have been doing, isn't it?
Yeah, they've been keeping their noses out of trouble. You know, they've obviously tried to keep it clean, you know, and not get drawn into anything. You know, not get a bit hot-headed. You know, they've kept themselves calm and just kept at their own pace. I think that's the most important thing, that you keep to your own pace, and if you're fast enough, then you know you'll be able to take that win.
Yeah, because there's no sense in throwing away, I suppose, 4-hour race in the very first couple of laps, like we saw with the Cadillacs here, who made 2 contacts with other cars and, you know, ruined a couple of races in the process. And, you know, it's just daft behaviour, and it shouldn't be, you know, this early on. It's not a sprint race, is it? It needs to be your primary focus needs to be almost bigger than winning. Is just getting to the end.
Well, I mean, that's always the focus. I mean, I've used this as a learning curve for driving the Kia, because it's a completely different challenge doing a 4-hour race, and I've just been focused on finishing the race first of all. I think on the first lap, it's when I have started the races, it's been a case of just trying to complete that first lap, because unfortunately for us, we've been caught up in a few incidents that have happened on the first lap.
Well, we saw were you involved in the pile-up that we had here?
I managed to avoid. I started that race. I just saw the big cloud of smoke at the bottom of the hill at the entry to Eau Rouge, and I just basically anchored on and just prayed that nobody else hit me while I negotiated my way through.
This reminds me of a race that me and Alex covered a couple of years ago. Doing the V8 supercars, and it was at Zolder, and somebody completely messed the start up, speared off to the left, hit the wall, bounced back in the middle of the track, and just the track was blocked. It was a disaster. And there were guys who were starting in the pit lane who came out of the pit lane about a minute later because the field hadn't passed the exit of the pits because they'd all crashed.
Yeah.
So it is a lottery, you know. Sometimes you brake hard to avoid. We're seeing the oval racing, you know. Daytona 500 obviously this weekend, and there'll be a lot of people, you know, they see a wreck in front, they slam on the brakes, and what happens? They get hit right up the backside, and they end up worse off than they would have been almost if they'd have clawed the throttle. So it is a waiting game. It is a race of attrition and a race of luck in a lot of ways, and
patience.
And patience
is the most important thing in an endurance race, I've found. I've been so tempted on many occasions to sort of like stick my nose in. But it's you just think about it and just go, maybe, you know, I'll just hang back. I know I'm faster. I will get past.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I haven't taken part in one of these team endurance races yet. To be honest, I've been too scared to. But I think, you know, this year I'm going to do a few of these and see how that mindset works, and you know, it's a great concept, and I'm so glad that iRacing have brought us endurance racing, because it's really spiced everything up. I just think we need to have a quick rundown of the order, so I'm going to go through that. Robert Tinsley's leading in the 37 BMW. TNTRacing.com, their number 1 car, leads by 10.1 seconds from Sim Racing Team Romania, Claudiu Klima. Now, Klima is driving the wheels off that car and actually lapping. He actually lapped 4 seconds quicker than Tinsley last time around, but Tinsley did have some traffic, and we need to heed what David Williams said. You know, Robert Tinsley's taking it easy, he's getting back ahead of the incident count, not doing any silly mistakes, and you know, that's very valuable for them. 78 cars in 3rd place, Wario Kart Double Dash. They're 26 seconds off the lead, which is actually pretty good at the moment, but as we saw here in the previous race, they may have to make 1 extra pit stop, so that pace is a bit misleading at this point in the event. In 4th place, TNTRacing.com number 23 car, That's the 2 car, their second team car, sorry, Aurelien Bonnet, double stinting in that one. He started the race, and 2:21.8 at the moment. That's very good. It's a very good time for him. It's only 4/10 off the fastest man on the track, which is Klima. The 555 Spanish Cardiaholics team, Agustin Oya, is in 5th place overall. He's 1 minute and 4 seconds off the pace. He is 35 seconds ahead of the 3rd place car in class. That's Niels Sinkowski for the main PC sim racing team. That car was involved in a first lap crash, and they've since battled back to be 3rd place in their category. RC UK Motorsport. Now they still have a chance of finishing 2nd in Class 1 today, if they can get a good finish, because Blackadder Racing aren't here, Arcadia Racing are out. So it's now Darren Viro Wright in that RC UK Motorsport BMW. He's looking good in 6th place overall. Online simracing.de are 7th. Stefan Voldher started 12th on the grid, made some early progress, but then has dropped down slightly, lapping in the 2-minute 26s. So Voldher needs to pick up that pace a little bit if he can. And then the leading Ford is the Verpomoto 98 entry, Frank Neumann. He's double stinting as well. And then it's the P1 TV car, Bernd Kohlröder, and he's in 10th place overall and 5th in his category. The leading Kia down in 19th place is the Karcher car, somewhat unsurprisingly Andreas Katz, who looks like he's going to become BSRTC champion again. Paul, just how good is Andreas Katz?
He's phenomenal talent in the Kia. He just has so much more pace, especially over me, but I'm still learning the car. But he just seems to have the handle of the car. He knows how to set up the car, and he just has that instant pace that a lot of people have to build up to. And he's another one who doesn't really get involved in silly things most of the time. We've seen a couple of those things this season, but not really. Generally he's one of the more careful guys in the series. He's adjusted his approach, hasn't he, as the seasons have gone on. I won't bring up the fact that he was the one that clipped me into cops at Silverstone in that disastrous race for myself. But yeah, he does generally keep himself out of trouble, especially towards the end of the season, because he's just had to pick up the points for the BSR TC Championship.
Well, again, if you're, if you've got that good, consistent, careful mindset in a sprint race such as a 9 to 15 lap touring car race, then you're going to have a great base to work from coming to an endurance race, aren't you? Because you're already in the mindset of bringing the car home, not crashing into people, giving people room when they're coming past you. Surely it must be a great asset for someone like Andreas Katz to have that in him already, and to be teaming with Baker, who's just like that.
I was just about to say teaming up with Dave Baker, who is one of the most consistent drivers in that championship, and in this Kia in this championship as well.
Baker even makes jokes that he doesn't overtake people.
Yeah, he generally just waits for people to crash ahead of him, and he seems to pick up the spots. Something I've got to learn in this car. But
I think he was surprised in the last Spa race, because they had a bit of a problem at the start, and they dropped back behind a couple of other cars, and he actually had to do some overtaking. I think it surprised him a little bit, but I think he's these two are a really good team, and one of the, I know. One of the reasons why we're talking a lot about the Kias here is, we've both got experience of driving the car and winning races in the car. But Katz and Baker is as good a team as you'll find pretty much on iRacing in this car.
Oh, certainly in this car. I mean, I know many other. I do drive in another Kia Championship, and there's some quick guys in that one, but to have the level of consistency that Andreas and Dave have is just it's a great asset to have to bring into this endurance environment. Definitely.
And let's have a look then. Let's check out the 81 car, the Talk Freak Racing Rough, who is currently in the position with David Barraclough at the wheel to win that category. And I don't know if you saw what happened earlier on, Paul, with the crash with Fernandez and Van Borstel, but it's really crippled Talk Freak Racing's championship chances, hasn't it?
I will say that I missed part of the reason why I'm not right racing today is because of work commitments, like I was saying earlier. But yeah, I missed that incident. So
basically, they came together out of the hairpin. Von Borstel was doing an undercut. He got into the side of Fernandez, and basically, though, that promoted Racing Eki from what was fourth in the class to second, and giving them the required points to be in a championship winning position at the moment. So that was a key incident, and I tell you what, you love to see that in a title decider when a couple of your rivals take people out.
If you're the ones just there just needing the points, then you must be absolutely rubbing your hands and saying yes, thank you very much. But I mean, there's nothing you would prefer to do it purely from racing, not from anybody else's incidents, to win the championship that way. But I'm sure they'll take it.
It's Mario Dietz in the Sim Racing Eki car, by the way, and at the moment. But the thing is, they were struggling for pace big time at the start of the race, and I think that incident might have just given them the confidence to just plough on and just take this win. Although, having said all that, the Grip TV car with Pekka Lamy at the wheel, I don't think they're that far behind, to be honest.
No, they're not too far behind.
They had a disconnection. I mean, they disconnected and have had to tow, so I think they're purely on pace. It's only 7 seconds behind. Even after a disconnection, that's phenomenal.
I mean, that's incredible. It's certainly.
We've only been going for an hour and a half.
Yeah, to be able to cap like that is just it's fantastic to see the level of speed that they've got. I mean, they're basically just they were just sharing the start and finish straight. So that's how close they are now with the Sim Racing Eki car.
Now, the only thing I can think of with that, and actually now that I as the Sim Racing Eki car goes past the lapped car of Fernandez now, it's actually Bueno in that car now, but I wonder if, because of the disconnection, obviously it drops you back in the pits, doesn't it, with a full tank of fuel and tyres. So I guess Grip TV haven't made a pit stop. Not a traditional pit stop, so maybe that's why they didn't lose so much time.
Yeah, maybe not a traditional pit stop. I mean, you've still got the time that it takes to tow the car.
Oh yeah, but the pit stops are about a minute long, aren't they? So
yeah,
you would, even though the tow's probably 2.5, 3 minutes, they haven't then had to also come in for, lose that minute. So maybe they and the Eki car was quite a way behind. It was quite slow in the first stint. Mario Dietz has taken over that, and actually it was only 0.7 of a second slower than Juha-Pekka Lamy on that time round. So, and we'll see how it pans out. If it's out of sequence from now on, then we'll know that that's the case. But it's still a terrific performance by Lamy, despite the disconnection.
It'll be interesting to see how they work the strategy around that as well, because obviously something like that would throw that up in the air. I mean, it's tricky enough working out a strategy at the start of the race to then have to do it ad hoc. It takes some doing. I know that from trying to work out strategy myself after an incident. So it'll be interesting to see how they go, to see how because at the end of the race, one of the teams will be on fresher tyres, you'd think.
Yeah, and I mean, this season I've been doing the IndyCar, I've been doing the Rose Series, and it's been one of the first seasons in a while that I've had to actually work out my own strategy for long races, and it's difficult, adjusting it for fuel and for cautions and things like that, and you really do get your mettle tested. But there'll be some abacuses frantically being used in the TV.org TeamSpeak server.
I would hope, considering they've got a computer in front of them, that they would be using the calculator.
You would hope. You would hope. This is iRacing, though. Anything can happen. The lead is down. The lead is down to 7.76 seconers for Robert Tinsley. So we've got to think that this, he's been doing well with the incident count. He's not been overdriving the car. But you've got to think now it's about the time, Paul, that he needs to start getting on with it a little bit.
Yeah, I think he just needs to up perhaps a bit now. Just throw a little bit of caution to the wind. Not obviously binning it, but start to pick up the pace, because you don't want to let that gap get too much tighter, or else you're really going to start feeling the pressure, and that's when you can make big mistakes.
Then as well, mate, all it takes is, you know, a little bit of traffic, a couple of laps of bad traffic, and, you know, if you let it get down to a 5-second lead, that 5 seconds can go.
Absolutely. You catch a car in the wrong place around Spa, yeah, it'll just decimate your lead there.
As well, if you catch the wrong car in the wrong place, because a lot of these cars, as you said, even with the Kia, which is technically the slowest car, they're all quite evenly matched on actual straight line speed. So, you know, it's not easy to get. Sometimes it's not always a slam dunk of getting through either, is it? Even if you're lapping someone.
Yeah, it can be a bit of a risk with lap traffic. It also depends on if the person that you're lapping has noticed that you're coming and knows which side you're going to. You've really got to make yourself notice to say, I am going down the inside.
Robert Tinsley has now, the hammer has now been put down.
Oh yes, absolutely.
221.6, and that's actually 0.3 of a second. Well, let's see what Klima does. 226.7. Is that right? Must be.
Yeah, that's what I'm showing.
It must be. He must
have got up in lap traffic there.
The 5-second loss. Has he had a spin or has he been off the course somewhere? Let's have a look.
I'm just having a look. Oh,
because he's been on his own for this lap. If anything's happened, it'll be.
I wonder if he's got a slowdown.
Oh, he got a
slowdown. Eau Rouge.
He did. He cut the inside. He didn't actually cut the exit. I don't think. He cut the.
Yeah, it was the inside of Eau Rouge that he's had to serve the slowdown down the Kemmel Straight.
Again, it's that sort of thing. I mean, I mentioned it earlier when you weren't here that I think it was the Blackadder team in Spa last time. They had about 5 or 6, 7 slowdown penalties, and it cost them about the time that they lost the race by.
I mean, the slowdown penalties are so easy to pick up on the inside of Eau Rouge there. I found that out when we raced here earlier in this series, and it's just so killer to see cars just absolutely flying past you on the left-hand side as you're serving that slowdown as well. It's just so frustrating.
But a lead that was 7.7 seconds is now 12.8. And Robert Tinsley must be rubbing his hands with glee, because all that coasting around he's been doing, just picking up, not picking up any incident points, just, conserving the car, the tyres. Essentially, he's done that for free now.
Absolutely. And
almost for free. I think he's lost 5 seconds in total since the pit stop, but it had been 10.
Yeah, and it looks out like that in endurance racing, but I mean, we've still got another 2.5, just under 2.5 hours to go, so still a long way to go in this race.
Yeah, indeed there is, and hoping the voice can last. so I'm praying for at the minute. But tell you what, it has been a very, very good race so far. But again, as with all endurance races, does enter a period in the middle of the race where everything seems to level out. Doesn't seem to be any battles on the track, but as the strategies come together and as they develop, it does turn into a thrilling end, and hopefully, Paul, that's what we're going to have. I do expect a quiet time. There always is.
Yeah, there is always. I'm just looking at the lap times between Robert and Claudia. Claudio even. And last lap, Claudio did a 2:22.3. And what did Robert do?
22.1.
22.1, so he's 2/10 faster. So he has got the pedal down.
But now if there is that leeway of the incident points and things like that it can maybe take a couple more risks for Tinsley. You can pick that pace up by say 1 second a lap and not be really worried. But it looks like we've just been told from race control that Klima's got another slowdown penalty. He's throwing this away here. Even at this early stage.
He's trying too hard.
It looks like, I've raced the Z4 a bit. It was about a year ago though, but looking at the body language of that car, it looks like he's just that little bit. Look at that. He's on the curb. It's all the way on the curb into Pouon. The one thing's for sure, he's a terrific driver. He's a very fast driver, but just looks like he's trying just that little bit too hard.
I think basically he just needs to just calm himself down, just give himself...
Now he's got traffic.
Yeah, and he's got traffic as well, which won't help matters. But just to calm yourself down, just to back out a little bit, just get your composure again, and then just get that consistency back that he did have. Because if you try too hard, you'll then make more mistakes, because you're making mistakes.
We saw him in the Ford GT in the first race at Spa, and his stint was just mind-blowing. He was miles in front of everyone else, and... he's showing great pace in that BMW. I have to say, that's a beautiful livery he's got on there.
Oh, it is a cracking livery, is that?
That Team Romania car with the white on it as well really looks good. Down the inside he goes on one of the Ford GTs. That is the
number 31 car.
Yeah, the 31 car, the Jonas Vollmeyer entry. That's the main PC backup GT entry.
Yeah, second in class is that car.
Yep. Only just been lapped, actually.
Yeah, so again, the Ford GTs keeping a good pace at this track.
Yep, and I think I think it's an underrated car, and I think a lot of people don't drive it too much, but it definitely looks good out there, and it's got the pace to stay with. It's a good battle that they have with, say, the likes of the rough. The unfortunate thing for them is there's no one for them really to battle with. The Caddies and the BMWs are kind of intertwined. The roughs are sort of on their own, and so the Ford GTs. It'd be nice if they were balanced with the rough a little bit, and maybe there could be some battling going on.
I think this is what Pat did for the next season. I don't know if you've seen them, but to have just the 4 classes of car. It should hopefully bring everything more together, so everybody is battling with somebody all the time to help increase the spectacle as well for us.
I have to say, watching, I'm an endurance racing fan. I'm not not an avid endurance racing fan, but I do watch Le Mans. I do go to the 6 Hours of Silverstone, things like that. But this is true mixed class racing, isn't it? Because in Le Mans you have P1, P2 and GT. There's 2 GT classes there, but this is a true 5-car, every car is unique series, which makes it brilliant, I think.
It does certainly bring the variety, and I think that's part of the beauty of this series. It is a fantastic series to drive in, just the sheer variety of cars and drivers that are out there. So it does make for good watching as well. So hopefully this can keep up this good work with the excitement.
And one day, obviously, big elephant in the room is one day this series will surely be headed to the Nordschleife, and that'll be a sight to see, definitely.
I'll tell you what, I'll be happy my computer can cope with the Nordschleife.
That'll be good. That'll make it a lot harder for us to tell where people are on the track. Just
jumping in there, the 696 main PC car just getting a little bit out of control into the chicane before they get back up through to Stavelot. He's managed to keep it on the track though, but the back end, he just kicked out the back end.
He did, but he held it nicely.
He's held it beautifully there, but you don't want to be doing that every lap.
Have you spent any time in the Ford GT?
No, the only other car in the series that I've tried is the rough C-Spec, because I did sort of like give that a go, see how that felt, but I'm happy with my Kia.
I haven't tried the Ford GT yet, so I'm not sure how easy or difficult a save that was, but it was a cracking piece of driving. 3rd place in the class, and staying there as well in front of the Zebra 3 car. Zebra 3 car has won the title, Paul, so their main rival hasn't actually appeared for this race, which is unfortunate, but Zebra 3, Kevin Pommier is doing his 2nd stint. He had contact on lap 1, which dropped him right back to virtually last place overall, and fighting back, and now still a good 30 seconds or so behind the main PC team, but there's time to make up 30 seconds.
There's plenty of time to make up that time. There's still another quarter hour, so plenty of time for people to make mistakes as well. One thing I will say about that Ford GT, when you're getting lapped by one of those, you cannot see it out of the side of the Kia. You can't, because it's
too low.
It sits that low to the ground, you just cannot see the roof of it.
So you've just got to pray where it is.
It's handy to have your teammate just spotting for you when you've got the Ford GTs going past you, because you just cannot see it at all.
I've never thought of that, but that is one of the iconic, it is one of the iconic cars in automotive history because of its, unique proportions. Really, it's one of the lowest cars in history.
Yeah, 40 inches high. So
yeah,
so
that's it.
It is a tough car to see when they're lapping you in that Kia.
You put two rucksacks on top of each other, and I think you get nearly 40 inches. So that shows how small the car is, but it does make for a really good racing machine. Just saw a bit of smoke in front. I'm not sure who that was, but I don't know if anybody was in a bit of bother there in front of the main PC car, but who's on the gravel again there. But looks like Aurélien Bonnet has settled into his rhythm in what can only be described, Paul, as no man's land. 22 seconds behind third place, and then another 24 seconds behind fifth place, in front of fifth place.
It's a tough spot to be in when you're that far behind somebody, but you're that far ahead of your next rival. It's a tough place as a driver to keep your concentration up and to just keep on putting in the lap times and trying to, has he got close to the Porsche there? But just to keep up that lap time and to keep going to hopefully pick up a place if somebody has a mistake in front of you.
Yeah, and he just laps the Talk Freak racing car. That's the leading car in the rough category now. Sim Racing Ecke must be laughing because they're coming up to Blanchimont now. Their nearest challenger, and the only chance they have really of losing positions is P1 TV car. They're on the Kemmel Straight, so almost a lap in front. What luxury that is, Paul, to have. Okay, they're not going to challenge for victory in this race, but they've got the championship in the bag. They just need to stay on the course.
Yeah, stay on the course. I mean, they've got a pit stop in hand there, haven't they?
Yeah.
So they can afford to make a mistake. Well, don't want to make too big a mistake, but
make a small one, though.
Make a small one, and still be able to pit that car and get back out in front of them.
Yep, 1 hour and about 43 minutes gone. Exactly sure on the time, but we can get that for you in a bit. But yeah, we're not half distance yet, and unfortunately the field is spreading out a little bit. We did have some good action early on, but the closest action on the track is in fact was the P1 TV BMW Burnt Coal Road, going past Frank Neumann's Verpomoto 4 GT, but that's not really a straight fight at all. It was for position, but BMW lapping 1 second a lap quicker.
Yeah, the speed that BMW has in the corners and in the braking compared to the Ford GT, it's not really a fair fight, really, is it?
No, the Z4 is an astounding car. If anybody who's watching this has ever seen it, they'll know what I mean. But to actually see it in person, to hear it, tremendous. And it really is a great GT car and a truly modern GT classic almost, Paul, I think.
It's certainly one of the best GT cars out there at the moment in world motorsport, and I know that they're looking at this car and also the McLaren as well, the McLaren GT3 car for next season in the VLN. So that'll be interesting to see how those two battle it out. Yeah,
if they can balance that'll be tremendous. But the BMW, it looks great, it sounds great, it drives beautifully. It's really easy to drive as well, so pretty much anybody can drive it, and I think that's what I like. Cars, I know it's a simulation iRacing, I know it's made in some cases for the best of the best, but for rookies to come in, just getting say a C license and getting in this BMW, they're not going to find any nasty surprises.
It's a consistent car that it's not going to give you a nasty surprise, is it? It doesn't suddenly have snap oversteer or something like that. So, well, if you know throttle control, then you shouldn't have snap oversteer.
Yeah. I mean, I drove it myself briefly and very impressed by it. And really, if you've got the setup underneath you can really push and do consistent laps in it. So, very impressed by it on iRacing and in real life, and hopefully that will continue. But let's have a look then. We need to go back and have a quick look at the Wario Kart car. I think the Double Dash machine. That 78 car. No fancy team name here, Paul.
The Mario Kart. Sorry, I was looking
Yes,
at
the Mario Kart.
Sorry, I was looking at the just checking out the lap times of the leading Kias just to see how they were comparing. But I mean,
Look, that's about 0.3 of a second faster is David Baker.
yeah. So he's got the lead on there. But yeah, the Wario Kart car. I mean, it's a fantastic livery to start with. I mean, the first time,
very good.
First time that I saw that, it was well done. You know, tip the hat. You know, well, good livery is that.
No fancy corporate team name, anything like that. Very, very good.
I think they're challenging my team for the non-corp team name there.
Yes, I think there's only 2 contenders in that. I think Team Carnage kind of got in on the action there, but you know, and they actually caused some carnage as well. I don't know if you saw.
I happened to speak to Aaron Gearing, who unfortunately had that accident there, and basically his PC froze.
Yeah, I mean,
froze, and that's what caused it. He just hit the brakes, and of course, unfortunately, hit the brakes when he was right in the middle of the bus stop there.
me being the cynical person that I was, it looked like it looked like an intentional thing, but then when I found these PC froze, I actually felt quite bad. So sorry, Aaron.
I feel sorry because I was the one who told him to hit the brakes. Well, I said it while he was on the grass, but unfortunately it was just a bit late, and unfortunately it caused an accident there. So
yeah, I mean, hit the brakes and turn left would have been better, wouldn't it? I reckon.
So even though I wasn't racing, I still managed to cause an incident.
So there we go. There was some carnage for Team Carnage, and in BSR, I tell you what, Team Carnage in BSR have done a good job. Good to see them coming into VLN. Ashley Blake Hood as well, one of the best new Kia drivers coming in, and I hope they can carry on next season as well.
I hope. I mean, there's obviously there's the Karcher boys they're in the BSR, and then there's myself and Russell in the BSR. So it's good to see the Team Carnage guys come in because they do have some fast. I mean, Ben Palmer, who raced at Road America, is an outstanding driver recently. You know, he's really got on the pace and can keep up with the top guys. So he's a good addition to their team.
Coming to his own, hasn't he? I think recently, but I tell you, just to say as well that next season's BSR TC is going to be absolutely phenomenal as well. It's going to be 99 rounds of it, so I'm not going to plug that too much here, but it's going to be a mammoth undertaking for anybody who takes part.
Yeah, I'm one of those people taking part.
There you go.
It's going to be tough.
99 races and I ain't won one.
I think so far I've done about 60 races and I've won one. So,
there you go.
But yeah, it's a tough championship. Try not to just take away from this championship, but yeah, it's a tough championship to race in.
The leading Ford GT's just been in the pits, Paul. So Harold Ide, not sure, still don't know the pronunciation, unfortunately, after all these months. Harold Ide comes out of the pits in the 98 car, and they were leading the class. They've just taken the main PC backup GT car has actually gone in front of them. I wonder if that was an unscheduled one for them, purely because they're so far behind now.
Well, yeah, because the main PC but GT car is on the Kemmel Straight as the Whirlpool Motor cars going through through Lake Orme.
Yeah, we might have to just wait until the timing and scoring sorts itself out and see if that's actually the case of where these two teams are sitting. But yeah, it could have been a long pit stop there for the 98s. He's just trying to get past Christian Pinter there in the PK Car Sport Kia Optima. But
I wonder if they'd have maybe put a little damage and they're just in a scheduled pit stop just to fix that damage, just to make the car perform better.
Possibly so. I didn't see.
I'm just guessing. I've not seen anything happen.
No, it looked like the car was pretty good earlier on. So maybe it's just a different strategy. Who knows? Maybe it's the fair usage coming into play. Maybe one of the things we never know with sim racing, because maybe the driver has to actually leave.
Well, yeah,
and you don't. You know, it can happen, can't it?
Or in the case of Carnage at Road America, they had one of their drivers have a power cut.
Or in the case of, I think it was the main PC Kia Fun team in Suzuka, when he drove 3 hours of the race
Yeah, and then parked the car in the centre.
because nobody turned up to help him. So
I mean, you must feel absolutely gutted to have put all that work in, and for somebody to, well, for whatever reason, not turn up. It's heartbreaking, isn't it?
the problem is for him is he couldn't even finish the race on his own because he would have got disqualified.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
Either way, you're going to be disqualified because you're over 60% of the team's driving. So.
Yep. So but that's the thing. Things do happen in sim racing. That's kind of what I was saying earlier on when Juha-Pekka Kalami had his disconnection. Is we have mechanical failures as well. They're just different ones. Like wheels can fail, pedals can fail. Your PC monitor can go off. Your computer can blow up. Anything.
Your iRacing can crash, which is what happened to me on Tuesday night. But right before the start of a race, so that wasn't good. I would say the closest race really at the moment is between the 696 and the 98 car in the Ford GTs. They're both on the Kemmel Straight.
Yes, indeed.
So they're pretty close together, but let's have a look at the lap times.
Yeah, they are nearly a lap down, aren't they? Which
I mean, Yari Stark is just to the car now.
Oh, and E-Day having to get well out of it there. As he's trying to pass the that is the main PC Kia Fun team. Thomas Kroll is in that one, and
maybe he's doing Yari a favour there.
He could be, couldn't he? Main PC team 4GT, Yari Stark.
I'm not insinuating
it's
anything
entirely
here.
Well, it's entirely possible. We saw Blackadder do that, didn't we? In Spa the first time, so. Some creative traffic management, shall we say? But yeah, it's one of those things again. Endurance racing, but you don't normally see cars with the same team in different classes, do you? In real life endurance racing.
Yeah, you generally just see them focusing on one class of car, but that's the beauty of iRacing, I suppose.
Right,
that you can have that
unlimited budget.
Yeah, unlimited amount of unlimited budget. Yeah, absolutely. Unlimited
Especially for someone like me, unlimited cars is a godsend because goodness knows I need unlimited cars.
Oh, you should see me in practice sessions. Trust me, I'm bad.
I think I've started something like 7 IndyCar races this season and ended up on my roof 5 times. So I think that just says, and I've been hit every single time. I haven't done that myself. So that's
the 98 car just getting out of shape at the bus stop there.
Struggling on the way in. Wario Kart car's in again. Into the pits. No, let's see, Paul. This is the key. It's just a fun game, really, for me. Is he going to hit the wall as he comes around the source like everyone else seems to do?
I won't comment because I did that last time at Spa.
I think I saw you do that.
Yeah, thanks for that.
And but yeah, the Wario Kart car coming down pit road.
At least I had my pit lane limiter on.
Well, at least it didn't stay on.
Sorry, Russell.
Let's see then. Yes.
Yeah, he's easy through there.
I think we're looking at that. You wonder how anybody ever hits it, but look how much time they're losing. That's the main PC sim racing. That's the which car that was? That was a lap car, wasn't it? Let's have a look.
The
Spanish
555 cars just coming onto the start and finish straight now.
Spanish Caddyaholics team. They're going to go through.
Yeah, so they should take the lead now because Warrior Cat have just been into their pit bay now.
Main PC sim racing, they're actually up at Lecombe, another 30 seconds behind. I don't know if they've been in the pits as well because they're a long way behind.
It doesn't look like it. Just looking at their lap times, it looks like they're still on their stint.
They're at Rivage though, and the Spanish Caddy team's on the Kemmel Straight. Apparently, there's only 30 seconds behind them. Unless the Spanish Caddy team has been in as well, but because Wario Kart was 50 seconds in front, wasn't it?
Yeah, so Wario Kart are just changing drivers as well.
So actually, they won't. Yeah, okay. It's just one of those things with the scoring, isn't it? On this track, I think, especially with the pits how they are, is that they come over the line because the line is on the main Grand Prix straight. That scores them there, doesn't it? And then it's a bit of a guessing game on coming into the pits.
It keeps us on our toes, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So Warrior Cars are just out of the pits now.
We'll wait until that all cycles through then. I guess.
I would have thought that the Spanish Caddy into the lead of that class.
It should do, but again, I'm not going to hold my breath on that one. I'm not entirely sure, but I think they will be.
I mean, they'll be coming up to their pit stop soon because
yes.
I mean they did 24 laps on their first stint, so they'll be coming up to their pit stop now themselves.
Yep. Yeah, Augustin Oyer has he's done a very good job actually. He's a tiny bit quicker than Francisco Esteve, but very, very well. In fact, they're about the same, aren't they? Pace-wise, very good times there, and very solid team.
It certainly helps you out in endurance racing to have two drivers of a similar driving style to start with, so the setup suits both of you, and also to have a similar lap time between you as well. That certainly helps your position in the lead.
Well, that's it. I mean, I've always, me and Alex have always wanted to, Alex Simpson, that is, wanted to enter some endurance races together, but he's so much faster than me, it's not even funny, so so it'd be he'd be in the lead and then I'd just go backwards, so
yeah, the Spanish Caddyaholics has just gone into the lead on the timing screen now.
Yes, they have.
Of the class, so they're ahead of the Wario Kart Double Dash team.
The lead is 18.7 for TNT Racing as well, so that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Doing a really good job out in the lead.
You've got to wonder as well, because Mr. Klima looks like he's all over the place. He's all rattled up and all, you know that aggressive style that you see sometimes, and I wonder if he's cooked his tyres a little bit as well.
He could have possibly. I mean,
although he did get a second slowdown, didn't he?
He
So
did
that
get
might
that
be
second slowdown, yeah.
But that 5 seconds is gone.
So he has had a consistent last 4 laps with his lap times. He'll be coming up to the start finish straight shortly.
One thing. Sorry, go on, Nep.
Yeah, I was just going to say Robert Tinsley across the line. Let's see, his lap time 22.6. So he's very consistent, is Robert, with his lap times there. Just looking through the lap chart here.
Yeah. And Klima's nearly hit the P1 TV BMW in the bus stop. He got his braking all wrong. Nearly made contact. That's another 2 seconds gone, probably.
Oh, it's
2:23.5. Okay, just 1 second gone, but still, that's bad enough when you're chasing the leader. And he's going to the inside. And again, he just if a car looks angry, that's what that remaining car does now.
I think he got put out by the BMW that he was coming up to lap.
Yeah, he was going quite slowly, wasn't it, on the outside?
Yeah, I wonder if that BMW was letting him by, and he's got his braking all wrong, hasn't he?
I was going to see if it's damaged. It's got a tiny bit of damage on the front, but nothing that would really affect the tiny. Oh no, the rear wing's fine, but nothing that would really affect it too much. We're going to go for a battle. There is a battle for position on the track. That's the battle for 12 players. That's on your screen now. And that is the 696 car and the 98 pole. So this is what we were talking about.
Yep, so we were saying they were getting closer down the Kemmel Straight. They're right up in the draft. Can they go down the inside under the brakes?
Oh, he's going to go for it. Whether he cannot, he's missed it, has he?
Can he keep it in there? Oh, he's back.
He just about is over the grass, and Stark's on the grass as well.
I tell you what, that's a brave move under the brakes there. And
yeah, Harold
Ede, the back end was all over the place. It looked like he was going to lose control, but he's held that really well there.
Oh yeah, and I think Stark did quite well not to run into the back of him. I think, and I didn't think he'd make the corner at all. I'll be honest. I thought he was miles past. But great braking by Ede to keep control there, really.
Yeah, I'm just watching that one back again from.
Yeah, we should see a replay actually. Let's have a look at a replay if we can, if that's possible. But
so yeah, he just got the draft. Was slightly later on the brakes. Got up on the curb on the inside of Le Coombe.
He was very brave under the brakes, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. He was complete opposite lock through the first part of Le Coombe, but
he drifted it. Because that was the only way he was going to make it, mate. He was going to be off.
It was either get past or stuff it into the side of that car. That was the only two things that were going to happen. But luckily for him, they both worked together and managed to keep out of each other's way.
I don't know whether that was pure luck or brilliant driving. I prefer to think of it as the latter.
Yeah,
so.
I would say the latter. Let's be.
Give him credit.
Nice.
He's power slid it round Lacombe. I think you've got to give anyone credit for that.
It's certainly an effort, is that, to power slide through Lacombe there.
Definitely.
I'll tell you what, the second place, the Sim Racing Team Romania are in the pits now.
They are indeed. And we'll surely get a driver change as Claudio Klima has done 2 hours. So we'll see what happens there. So excruciatingly slow, isn't it, down here?
I tell you what, it's so easy to, because normally when you're on the pit limiter you can just keep your foot on the floor, but coming down this hill you can actually just tick over the speed limit on the limiter. It's so easy to do because it's that steep a hill here at Spa.
It's also easy to switch off completely. Oh, when you're in the pit lane for so long, it's easy to just lose focus completely and either hit a wall or miss your pit box. You know, you've got to be still alert, haven't you? Such a long time going through there.
Yeah, you've got to stay switched on. You've got to keep an eye out for your pit box. Make sure you get into your box correctly, because it's nothing worse than going too far forward in iRacing, because you just end up having to get pushed back, which takes up crucial time.
Yep. Just quickly, Benjamin Truflandier has now got into the Zebra 3 car as well, which is now up to second place in its class, so they're fighting back pretty well. It's Silvio Lazar is in the Sim Racing Team Romania car, so at the moment it's a 1-2 for TNT Racing.
It certainly is, yeah, and TNT must be happy with that.
Probably not for long, but
well,
you know.
I would expect Aurelian to come into the pits shortly.
Yep, I think we're going to see.
They'll have to do a driver change as well.
Yeah, I agree, because Bonnet has been in the car all the way through already. We haven't really seen much of him so far. He has been, like we said earlier on, he has been in that no man's land, and he's now even bigger no man's land. Once he pits, he will, because he was 40 seconds behind the 11 car, and he was 47 seconds ahead of the 78. So yeah, he's in a world of his own.
It is some of the worst place to be in an endurance race, because I mean we've had it in a couple of our races in the VLN where we've been a couple laps down, and it's just such hard work just to keep on pace and keep going.
And as well, you know, you've got to think that Scott McIntyre is going to get in that car any minute now, and I mean, you know, what does he do?
He's just got to get on the bus and hope that somebody in front makes a mistake. I think that's about the only thing he can do, really, and not make a mistake himself.
But the good thing is, when you're in this position, is you can conserve the car. There's no immediate danger, is there, from behind? Yeah,
you can look after the tyres and the fuel as well, so to try and eke out just enough a lap or two from the fuel and the tyres, so that can always help your strategy towards the end.
The more I see guys with a minute gap and a lap worth of a gap to the car behind, the more I think endurance racing might be my thing. I could cruise around with a minute gap as well. I'd enjoy that.
Let Alex put in the 2 hour stint at the start, get a big lead, and then just take it easy.
Yeah. There's a theory to this after all. I think it's perfect. Let's just have a quick look, actually, because Sim Racing Team Romania is actually battling for position with RC UK Motorsport now that they've pitted. It looks like that's what that is there, and the driver change as well, costing a bit more time. So Darren Viro Wright in the RC UK car, like we said, they can still finish second overall in
as
that championship, and they're in as well. That beautiful Union Jack livery's hit the wall though, and that's a bit of a dodgy mistake there.
It's going to cause so many issues for your pit stops. It just adds that little bit of time onto your pit stop.
Bit of optional, yep.
Yeah, you certainly want it to be fixed as much as you can.
Oh yeah, exactly. And are the leaders in? Robert Tinsey in the pits then for TNTRacing.com. And one thing that I can see from the in-car view is definitely going to need a new a windscreen tear off there. It looks quite disgusting at the moment.
It is. I tell you what, that does. It doesn't help your braking points.
Oh, he's nearly in the wall though. That was difficult. It was close.
It's so easy to make that mistake coming into this. So it is incredibly easy to clip that wall and cause yourself some damage, some steering damage.
At one bit they didn't have a wall there, am I right?
Yeah,
you used to be able to. You used to have to judge markers. It, didn't you? And you used to get all sorts of strange penalties and things like that, didn't you? Because it was such a weird pit lane, but it's much better with the wall, but it's also much harder. And now let's see if Robert Tinsey can hit his marks. He should be able to. He's under very little pressure in terms of, well, immediate pressure in the pits anyway.
He's got a tough pit exit to get out past that safety car, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's a good job that it's good job that I don't think it's a solid object, but I wouldn't like to test it out. But yeah, if that was an actual, that's the point. If that was an actual race, then that's not giving him a very good great exit out of the pits, is it?
It's certainly a struggle. You'd need to drop the clutch and boot the power just to kick the back end out, certainly.
Yep. Might brush some of the paint off that Mustang as you go on.
As the TNT Racing number 23 car goes past them now.
Yeah, so they're into the lead then with Bonnet. Yeah. Yep. They're behind Talk Freak Racing 81 car. That's Jasper Grunweg in that one now.
They've got a good lead over.
They've got some damage actually, haven't they?
Oh yeah, they have front right corner, haven't they?
I thought they've had that damage before, but Talk Freak Racing look like they've been involved in something. So that might be something we need to keep an eye on. Racing Eki, still Sebastian Schieber in. He's back in that car now, so they've made their second pit stop. It looks like. You've got to think Robert Tinsey's going to be in soon. Probably this lap, you would think, but.
I know Robert Tinsey's had his pit stop now, hasn't he?
Yeah, sorry, he has. Yeah, sorry, it's Bonnet, isn't it, that needs to come in soon?
Yeah, Bonnet. Yeah. Yeah, look at the amount of laps that he's done. Yeah, you would think it's any time now, really.
Yep, because he has done the whole race so far. But you know, it'd be nice for him knowing that he can, like I say, he's in that no man's land. He's been leading the race for all of one lap, but he can kick his feet up now, have an alcoholic beverage, and sit back and enjoy it. Unless, well, in fact, maybe not an alcoholic one, just in case he needs to get back in.
I don't know how much he'd be able to do if he did back into the car, though, because that is close to that 60%.
That's true. I was just thinking if there was any problems for Bonnet, but yeah, you're right. That might not actually be allowed, so that's something to think about. I wonder if there isn't I doubt there's like an emergency rule or something that can come into play, some kind of force majeure, but we'll see if Bonnet goes round to actually officially lead. He will officially lead anyway, won't he, when he comes into the pits, so
yeah,
see what he does. Aurelien Bonnet.
And he pits it.
Just pit now. Keep it out of the wall. Yep.
He does have a little bit of damage on the left side there.
Yeah, it's a
little,
a tiny bit,
just a bit of scuffing, isn't it?
Tiny bit crumpled, isn't it? Yeah.
Bit of T-cut, that'll be fine.
Oh yeah, bit of a hammer. A hammer will do that.
That's worse, that's for sure.
Yep. Well, that's it. Looking at the rear of the car, actually, Paul, looks like there's a bit of been knocked in a bit on the rear as well.
Yeah,
let's see him round this bonnet, sauce.
The bonnet does look a little bit crumpled as well, so
must have been in some light contact, probably at the start, to be honest. Have a look, see if there are any battles out there. Oh, actually, no, not quite. Verpomoto, now that they got past with that brilliant move by Harold Ide, have now pulled out about 10 seconds on Jari Stark, so they're really on the move.
Yeah, they're putting in some good lap times there compared to Jari. So yeah, doing a really good job pulling out that lead.
The main PC team with Jan Sikowski is 1.3 seconds quicker that last time by even than the 98 car, so they're off into the sunset really. The 98 isn't even at Blanchimont yet. Sinkowski's up at Eau Rouge.
Yeah, he's on pretty fresh tyres as well. They're just about 5 laps ago, so
yep.
So that's a good pace to start with.
Bonnet's in and he's handing over to Scott McIntyre. So McIntyre, he'll hand over, and like I say, being that complete and utter no man's land, where I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen, but it's going to be a struggle for him, isn't it, to keep concentration, even though he's only just got in.
Yeah, he's just got in, and I think to start with, it shouldn't be too bad for his concentration to just get the laps in, because you want to get a feel of the car. If there is a little bit of damage, you want to get used to that damage, so you know how the car feels going around the corners. But yeah, after a while, you will start, your mind will start wandering.
Looks like a long pit stop that for TNT Racing number 2, so we'll see where they come out.
Yeah, I think they just did a little bit of damage on that car by the looks of things, but certainly back out now and up to Racing Speed.
Is there anybody challenging them immediately? It doesn't look like it, does it?
No, the field's pretty spread out at the moment. I mean, that's something that can happen here at Spa, is you can get a bit of field spread because it is such a long track.
And Sim Racing Team Romania are now 30 seconds behind the number 1 TNT Racing, well, the 37 car, the TNT Racing number 1 car. And Grip TV have apparently spun off. I'll have to have a look at that then. Was that the... It must have been the rough again. We've had a problem.
Oh yeah, he went off at Le Con.
Oh yeah, it's the exit, isn't it?
Yeah, he's just gone through the exit of Le Con there. He's
in fact he crashed twice.
He's lost the back end going into Le Con. Sorry about that.
Yeah, and then he's lost it again.
And yeah, just trying to get back onto the track, get going again, and he loses the back end again, just over the curb straight away, and loses the back end.
Dear, I've got to say, that's not the most glorious piece of driving from Mika Ishii there. Yeah,
but it's yeah, you've just so frustrated from making a mistake there,
yes,
that you immediately make another mistake.
We've all done it,
yeah,
and it's all, you know, it's just that sort of red mist that descends. You don't take into account the situation. You're just trying to get back round as quickly as possible, get on your way as quickly as possible, not to lose the time. But yeah, I mean, it looks like actually the Spanish Cardiaholics team, the 55, actually got ahead of TNTRacing.com number 2 car, Scott McIntyre. So yeah,
they're doing a good job there.
McIntyre got a bit more damage now.
Let's have a look.
Was it like that before? The front, the front corner looks worse.
The bonnet was certainly crumpled a little bit when they came into the pit.
Front left looks worse to me. I don't know if that's just, I'm just imagining that or what, but it doesn't look particularly clever. They're only 4 seconds behind the main PC sim racing car, and I think, we've got a battle for position actually. Online simracing.de 994 car and the number 2 BMW, but I think that's just been resolved in favour of Lee Bunker.
Yeah, it certainly has. They've head of the online simracing.de car. Where did they do that? Let's have a look. They've
probably
done it.
Stavolo, was it?
No, it's before Stavolo. It's that the chicane before Stavolo. It's gone around the outside as the BMW.
Oh yes,
that's a terrific
move, isn't it?
You've certainly got to have a bit of faith in the ability of the car who's alongside you there.
That's brilliant. That's really good. Excellent from Lee Bunker. Might not have the top pace of the front runners, but because he's got some good racecraft. Nice liveried car as well. We're not biased at all, are we?
No, not at all. No, not with the Union flag on the side of the car.
We're up against to the end now that we've said that. I think it's about a good time that we go and have a little commercial break. 2 hours into this 4-hour race, and we'll be back very, very shortly here on RaceSpotTV, the home of the 2015 iRacing.com World Championship Series.
It's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Drivers, start your engines!
Checking up, go low, come on low, come on low, come on low, come on low, go low, 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 low.
Michael Conti comes up at a corner number 4 to the checkered flag. He wins his first NASCAR iRacing.
We're back here on RaceSpotTV. It's the Spirit of VLN-series at Spa-Francorchamps, round 6 of 6. Andrew Woodhouse and Paul Smith with you, Hugo Louis doing the cameras, and we're about to have a special guest in the commentary booth, Aurelian Bonnet of TNT Racing number 2 car. Aurelian, thanks for joining us here in the booth, driver for the TNT Racing number 2 machine. How was that going for you then? How the 2-hour double stint? You get on pretty well?
Doing good actually, thank you very much. I can't wait to go and watch the broadcast. I knew I wasn't on pace with the top 2 guys, so I was just trying to keep it clean. And I can even explain the mystery damage here that you guys nicely spotted at the end.
Go on then.
There was a bit of traffic in my lap before my second pit, before I ended off the car to Scott McIntyre, and I think I caught Noah's caddy, a roof, and a Kia, and I think it was a Belgium Kia with the Belgian flag on it. Felt right at home. Ended up actually not seeing me in the mirrors and pushed me in the grass along the wall. I think I took a huge hop over a bump, but I think I skipped the worst of it.
We didn't quite catch that on the broadcast, but a little bit of a hairy moment 2 hours into a 4-hour race. What do you think what's your plan for this stint then? Because obviously we've been saying you were in a bit of no man's land before, and obviously the caddy's on a different strategy. What's Scott McIntyre going in and doing? Is he going to push hard? Is he going to keep it clean? What's the plan?
I think Scott is going to just try to do his laps, actually not overuse the tires in the first few lap of his stint, just drive clean, consistent laps. Hopefully it will give him a car in good enough shape to battle at the end if that's needed.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Aurelian, you're off to do the Skip Barber, is that right?
That's great. I'm joining your colleagues on the other broadcast for the 2K Cup. There's about a half-an-hour practice that I must hop into if I want to do decently in that very different car.
Where are you racing that?
It is at Road America this week.
Oh, excellent. I'll go and have fun on that. And thanks for joining us in the booth here on RaceSpotTV, and we'll catch you. Are you going to be back for next season?
I hope so. It'd be great to have two TNTRacing.com cars in next season. I think it's going to be a scheduled thing. But the more events we can participate in, and the better we do, the happier we are, obviously.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Good luck to you guys for the rest of the race, and good luck for the Skippy.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Andrew, I just want to
go on.
bring your attention to the 911 car. A few moments ago, lost control going through Pouhon.
Right.
Just coming on the exit of Pouhon, just lost the back end and ended up doing ended up 90 degrees to the course. Had to do a 360 to get it back straightened up the right way. But he's got going again, and he's currently running third in class still.
He's had all sorts of bother, hasn't he? He's getting in that car. He's not been in it long.
Yeah, Mika seems to
he looks like
he's just struggling a little bit, it appears, with the back end of that car.
Almost like he's overheated the tyres, Paul, and especially when he was going through Pouhon, it was like, that slow loss of grip that you get when you overheat the tyres, and then just going and going and going, and spun round. Other cars broadside on. Nice little spin turn to get back round, but lost him a lot of time.
Yeah, a lot of time. I mean,
has he gone behind the P1 TV car now, or is that they're still in front of them? I think.
Yeah, they're just going. They're just
to Rivage, aren't they?
Rivage. Yeah, so they managed to stay ahead of them, but many more mistakes like that, and they'll lose the place.
Well, exactly that, and just see that's Jan-Philippe Weed in the online simracing.de car. He's got traffic in his own class. That's Noah Nevi in the Sim Race Drivers Team Cadillac, and he gets out of the way nicely for Weed. He's got some damage, hasn't he? He's got quite a lot of damage on the front right of that caddy.
Yeah, I think that was from when he went into the wall slightly up at Lecombe, but we managed to catch.
I hit the wall, fair enough.
Yeah, so I think he just caught the wall there. I will say the Wario Kart car, second place overall, only 11 seconds behind, and they're keeping a pretty good pace.
We saw the exact same thing, didn't we, in race 2 of this series, and the caddies were fighting, and it was actually the main PC sim racing car that was fighting on that day. It looks like the Wario Kart car is even quicker than that one, as we've seen the last few races they've dominated, and I think they're on one stop more, I'll be honest, than the BMWs from what we saw before in the first time we came here, but it is worth keeping an eye on. But let's have a look at the times. Actually, Tinsy was 3/10 of a second quicker that last time by. 40 seconds now ahead of Sim Racing Team Romania, Paul.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening with them. We'll just have a look at their laps. It's pretty consistent with the lap times as Silvio, is it?
Yep.
Not that good on my pronunciation, so I do apologise. But yeah, his lap times have been pretty consistent. So just doesn't seem to have the pace of the leaders.
Yeah, we're looking at actually battle for 5th place between Nils Senkowski in the 96 main PC sim racing car, who's just done a 222.4, ahead of Scott McIntyre, who's teammate to Aurelien Bonnet, who we were talking to before in the booth, and who's done a 22.3, so 1/10 of a second quicker for Scott McIntyre. So he's going to slowly catch that caddy, it seems, on fresh tyres.
Yeah, fresh tyres. Granted, it's going to be a heavier car, but the fresh tyres do make a lot of difference, especially at the start of your stint. You just don't want to overheat them and use them up too quickly, because at the end of the stint, you just lose so much grip and so much time if you overuse the tyres.
Yeah, exactly that. And we saw what's happened, and to be honest, the roughs, because they, historically Porsches and roughs, they do drive, even though they're rear wheel drive, rear engine. Of course, the rear engine puts more weight on the rear of the car, which is going to naturally heat the tyres up more, isn't it? Especially in fast corners like Pouhon, and you don't want to do that in the caddy either.
Oh,
but it's not
the
so
911 car's lost it coming out of the bus stop.
Oh, he's having a nightmare, Michael Schwyz.
I think he's just gone in a little too fast and lost the back end.
I must admit, if his other driver's available, go in and have a stint now, it might be a good thing, because he may need to just get out of the car,
just have a bit of a refresher and not panic. Yeah,
have a bit of a rest, and you know, get some stability back in that car, because that car was doing well earlier on. It's now dropping well down. We're joined actually. Ryan Littlemore has joined us. Ryan, welcome.
Hello, sorry about that.
Hello, mate. How's it going?
Yeah, it's going good and good and good. I'm just joining in now. I've just literally come back, so I was supposed to be joining you earlier, Woody. So I do apologise.
Thanks for joining us anyway for the VLN.
Oh, so 911 car. Sorry to butt in. It's lost control again. Just in the exit of Lecom. There must be something wrong with the back of that car, whether it's suspension damage or something like that.
Has he hit anything though? Oh yeah.
Well, the rear right is pushed in on the.
Well, he's hit something now because he hit the barrier in the comb, and I'll be honest. If I was like second place car there, Team Romania, I'd be very wary of going past that car. He's losing it again, and he needs to get in the pits.
Yeah, there's certainly something wrong with that. Or if he's losing the back end that much,
he needs to get in the pits immediately, and yeah, it's going to end in tears exactly, and. Yeah, he's going to end up. I mean, luckily for us, the leaders have gone through. But he's having an absolute shocker. Pekka Lamy, who got a disconnection, remember, and was completely out of it. Lost a couple of laps as he's going off again. The Swiss has gone in, and not only is he 2 seconds a lap slower nearly, his last. I'm going to read out his last 10 lap times just for amusement, really. 2:40. 2:31, 2:46, 2:51, 2:32, 2:31, 2:45, 2:31, and 2:39. This is ridiculously bad, and you know there's no, and this isn't anything personal or anything like that, but it's ruining his team's race completely.
I would certainly be looking to that car because there's certainly something wrong. With that.
At least if he drives it, at least if he comes out of the pits with it, undamaged.
I mean, if nothing else, as he does to the car as well. So, I mean, if nothing else, to get some fresh tyres on the car.
Yeah, fresh tyres, repair the damage. Maybe he can clear his head coming down pit road because it is so long. So, yeah, we'll see exactly what happens there. Ryan, just, if you do lose control of the car like that and you have got damage, and it's very difficult, but surely it's very difficult also to keep yourself from getting frustrated.
Yeah, definitely. And considering this is a long race as well, you really don't want to get damaged at this stage of the race. There's only about an hour and a half remaining of the race to go.
Did he hit the wall as well there?
Yeah, I'm literally just joining the session now, so I don't know
did he hit the wall? Did he get down pit road?
I'm just having a look now.
It wouldn't surprise me, to be honest, the way the stint's been going for him. I feel really sorry for him that we're sort of naming and shaming, but he's having an absolutely appalling run.
I don't think he managed to miss the pit wall.
Is he going to hand over then to Pekka Lamy again? And I almost hope for his sake that he does. And like I say, comes out, maybe he has
come out the car, yeah.
And needs to come out, do the last stint, maybe later. Just have a fresh take on it, because it's a bit disastrous. We're going to switch the attention to the 96 car, the main PC sim racing car of Neil Senkowski, the Cadillac. He's only now 2 seconds ahead of Scott McIntyre, Paul.
Yeah, Scott's doing a good job, just slowly eking that gap in. Let's have a look. So yeah, he is certainly faster. The last 2 laps, looking about 0.4, 0.3 of a second faster on the last 2 laps.
So it's not very much that he's gaining, is it? But it's definitely a significant amount.
It's bringing him in. It's slowly gathering him in, and it's certainly a couple of laps, maybe 3-4 laps, we could have an interesting battle on our hands.
And getting through on him might be quite difficult, Ryan, with the speed of that Cadillac.
Yeah, the Cadillacs are surprisingly quick. I haven't really driven them as much, but they have got a lot of horsepower in that machine, and I've just got in, and there's flying Cadillacs everywhere on my screen for the time being. But I've just literally just gone into a battle now with Torque Free Racing and the P1TV, the BMW as well, as they're trying to get through, and lots of action going on. Obviously there are different classes here, the BMs, the Fords, and the Roughs and the Cadillacs, so a lot of traffic here, especially in this first part of the lap.
Yeah, and the thing is, Ryan, we were talking about it earlier on as well. You can well and truly catch car at the wrong time on this Spa circuit.
Oh, definitely. It's one of those. Obviously, we know personally it's a Formula 1 circuit. What are not overtaking places apart from the Camel Straight, and obviously the ascent up Eau Rouge as well. You've got to get a clean run through there to get a great exit on there. And as you can see now, the Ford GT getting past the FRT racing car of Jose Pedrosa on there, as also Sebastian in that P1 TV gets past another rough. As a lot of action going on here, from what I can see down all ends of the field here.
Yeah, Paul, that FRT racing car was involved earlier on, 11 laps down now, and surely it's just damage limitation for them.
Yeah, they've certainly just got to keep going. Hope that others drop out in front of them just to pick up some more points for their championship. But it's tough going. I mean, when you look at the height of that car, it certainly has got a lot of damage on it.
Andreas Katz is still ploughing on for Karch. Oh, hello, the Sim Racing Team Romania car's got damage on the front of it. Quite severe damage. Happened there then?
I don't know, I wasn't looking there.
They must have been... a quick look, I'll just... No, lap 62... Oh, he spun out of last source and he's hit the wall.
Yeah, they lost the back end.
Oh, man. Tell you what, it takes some effort to lose the rear end of this BMW, Ryan.
Yeah, the BM's actually one of the most stable cars out of the field in the classes, so that's really a surprise. Maybe he may have put it on maybe lower the traction control settings, maybe, and maybe
possibly.
The tyres going off, maybe would he, so it depends really on what he's got traction-wise. I mean, I always run it really high because the BM is very, for me, honestly, a difficult car to drive depending on what track it is. So it's really, you've got to get it, the traction control suited to what you like and not take that gamble maybe of getting some extra time out of slow corners.
And another thing as well, Paul, is that 40-degree track temperature that we talked about surely coming into play with the rear tyres on that rear-wheel drive BMW.
Yeah, he'll be certainly some hot tyres there. Maybe with him spinning there, just to spin it back round, he put a bit more temperature in the tyres, so certainly won't be helping matters.
Yeah, and he was all over the curb at Eau Rouge as well, and he's probably lucky he didn't get another slowdown penalty there. Silvio Lazzaro's having a bit of an awful stint as well, similar to what Mikael Rees was doing, but it means as well that that battle between Sinkowski and McIntyre, they're now 1.2 seconds apart. It means that battle's going to be could potentially be for third place.
You're seeing some reasonable paces, McIntyre. The 222s in a minute in the BMW, so lots of action going down. As we said, we've still got a while to go. I think maybe they've got 2 more pit stops in me. Really don't know what the strategy is.
The Cadillac, I think there's 2 more at least for the Caddy. I think there's 1 for the BMW, Paul.
Yeah, certainly they've certainly got 1 pit stop left in them. But yeah, Scott McIntyre's doing a really good job just reeling in the main PC sim racing car.
The Wario Kart car comes across the line and loses half a second to Robert Tinsley, who is ploughing along beautifully. I mean, you can see his lap times, Paul. If you look at those, they're very consistent, considering it's a mixed class race, a lot of traffic to deal with.
He's certainly Mr. Consistency, isn't he, today? He's Robert. He's certainly got the bit between his teeth, and he's doing a good job out there, just keeping that lead of the Wario Kart team. And I mean, they've got, if you think about it, the start of the stint for Robert, it was down to about 7 seconds between them and the Sim Racing Team Romania car, so it's now up to 1 minute and 2 seconds between those two cars, so he's doing a really good job just keeping it consistent, not making any mistakes, and getting through the lap traffic.
I know that Klima didn't help his team's cause by slightly overdriving the car, but Lazar has come in and it's definitely made it a lot more difficult for them. Ryan, still an hour and 20 odd minutes ago, as Lazar almost hits a car that was spun. It was Benjamin Triflandia, that's the champion of the 4GT class. Obviously the result of this race doesn't really matter, Ryan, for them, but you don't want to be doing that too often.
Oh no, Lazar was very lucky to that 4GT spinning like that. And I've just noticed as well, he's got damage on the front bumper of his car, and looks a bit dent, and he's not really setting the pace that I'm expecting of the BMWs. He's doing 25.5s.
Well, yes, he smashed into the wall at La Source, and properly crumpled that Z4 on the front. And who knows, Paul? It might be a bit of an aerodynamic advantage there. It might be giving him more downforce.
Well, there's certainly aero damage there. There may be a slight bit of engine damage as well. You may be down slightly on power as well with that damage on the front end.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that actually. See what sort of speed he's doing at the end of the Kemmel Straight. But now McIntyre is still 1.2 seconds behind. He's not troubling Jankowski just yet, and reeling him in slowly but surely. It must be frustrating, Paul, for Jankowski, because he is obviously doing a good job, but you see that car behind just closing and closing. 1/10 here, 1/10 there. It must be quite nerve-wracking and quite annoying at the same time.
You certainly feel the pressure building as the car behind gets closer. Scott McIntyre just went over the curbs there a little bit, unsettled the car slightly, but kept it going through the corner with no name. It certainly puts the pressure on when you see that car just slowly getting closer and closer, and you feel that you're going as fast as you can. To just see that car slowly coming up behind you, it's a bad feeling, and it puts the pressure on you, certainly.
And Ryan, this is definitely the BMW part of the track, isn't it? Through the Fagnes chicane and down towards Stavelo.
It is indeed, and I just want to mention this as well, that Sim Racing Team Romania are obviously doing 225s. The cars behind them, including the Spanish Caddy Mixed Team, Mini PC Sim Racing Team, both in the Caddies, and also TNT Racing, the second TNT Racing car, are slowly gaining on that. 2 seconds a lap quicker on the last 2 laps have actually been 2 seconds or more a lap, so they are going to be reeling in for 3rd place overall in this event. So there could be some sparks flying come the end of the race.
Yeah, Lazar's stint hasn't been a good one compared to that of Claudio Klima. Klima at the start of the race was he actually dipped into the 219s. In his second stint he was in the 20s and the 21s. Lazar's in the 23s anyway, and it hasn't helped him since he's got the damage, Paul.
No, it's certainly not helped him with his lap times, and yeah, they are slowly gaining on it. It should make an exciting end to this race if they keep this up.
Francisco Esteves back in the 555 car, and they've been going along nicely, Paul, considering they're not the fastest caddy out there, but they've definitely been solid.
Yeah, they've been solid. They're keeping going. They're keeping a good pace, and in that caddy, that's all you really want to do, is just keep going and set some good lap times.
6 cars on the lead lap, Ryan. That's not too bad after 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Not bad really, considering Spa's a very demanding track, this one. There are a lot of you can lose it, so really good to see that we've still got some drivers on the lead lap, but I think probably the TNTRacing.com 2 car possibly may get lapped, maybe at the end of the race, considering the pace of his number 1 team, TNT Racing. So yeah, it's good to see, and most drivers are still out on track, which is good. We've still got quite a few on track, which is good to see. Probably going to say about more than 20 people are still racing in this, which is still good for nearly 3 hours of racing.
Yeah, exactly. The Grip TV car, the 911 car, has actually retired there.
Yeah,
Paul.
I was just looking at, because I've noticed that it dropped down the order, and
the FRT Racing Rough is out as well. I'll just go through the retirements. Actually, the 33 car, 33 Cadillac is out. The 666 BMW, 33 BMW is out. 666 BMW is out. The 13 13
Cadillac,
sorry, yeah, it's purple, isn't it? The 13 Cadillac's out, the 25 BMW is out, the number 1 Kia is out, the 888 Rough is out as well, as is the FRT Racing Rough, the 99. And let's see, the Grip TV car is out as well. Everyone else is still running, so that's pretty good. 25, 26 cars still going in this race.
Just want to say as well, I've just been watching the Wario car, double dash car. It's slowly gaining the overall race leader, that TNT Racing car. Christian Kwiat has done 221.7, whereas
that's
Robert
a serious lap time.
Is doing a 22.9, 1.2 seconds quicker that last lap on over that TNT Racing car. So it really is. Obviously, Christian may have had some clean air. TNT Racing may have had some traffic, but Christian at the minute just gone past a roof, which was the online sim racing.d, the German car Marcel Unger. Reasonably, he's down in 26th place overall. Having some fun, he's going to go past that Grip TV car, which we do know has retired from the race, so they will move up to 25th place overall.
Serious lap time at this stage in the race, Ryan. Definitely 221.7.
He's just done. Roberts just done that with 21.9.
So what Kwiat does again, 22.3, still pretty good. Paul, that seems like it's the benchmark for these cars at the moment, around that 222 mark.
Yeah, 222 looks to be the lap times to set, certainly, if you've got clean air. As Robert, he went over the curbs a bit at Eau Rouge, but I think
he's got away with it.
He's got away with that, yeah, he was lucky there, because it did look like it'd be a slowdown. But yeah, that sort of lap time, it's a fantastic lap time to be setting so late on.
Oh, I tell you what, that was quite a late move by Tinsley.
Yeah, but he's made it through.
Made me realise.
He's gone wide.
Slow down. I'm pretty sure that's a slow down.
Nearly made contact with the sim racing of Sebastian there. Yeah, we could just confirm over the radio. Robert get a slowdown.
I tell you what, that's the sim racing Eki car as well, Paul. That's the car that's in position to take that rough championship.
Yeah,
and he's holding up, and he's really getting in the way of Tinsey.
They'll just be hoping that they don't have an accident to ruin the chances of taking that championship.
And of course, and you know, you often see the backmarkers taking out the leader, but that would have been the leader taking out a car that's 3 laps down, and that would have been embarrassing for TNT Racing, definitely.
Yeah, it's certainly not one to write home about if you don't manage to do that, but luckily he avoided him, so it's all good, and he's got past him now, so hopefully he can get the foot down and just get back into the swing of things.
The 81 car, Ryan, would have been quite pleased with seeing what was going on there.
Oh, definitely there. But it was tense, actually. It really was. I thought there would have been a contact there, but luckily both survived and escaped through, and they're on their merry ways again. So that's definitely what I want to see. Just keeping an eye on the Wario car and the TNT Racing car, just to see what the gap is. Still around about 10-11 second mark as always, and Robert's really pushed on this lap. Robert Tinsley, our overall race leader here. And also that Christian Kwiat as well. He's really went through Blanchard, really pushing that Cadillac to the limit there. Just keeping it in with the limits as well, as we see Robert Tinsley now cross the line. It is a 225 flat, so I wonder what happened there.
That was the mistake, wasn't it? Yeah,
it's a slowdown there. So let's see what Christian does. A 21.8, and it's now exactly 8 seconds as they head on to their 69th lap here at Spa.
He must be close to a pit stop though, Paul.
He'll have to be close to Pop, absolutely. He's been in that car for quite a while now, so it'll put them out of kilter with the BMW. I've just been having a look at the 96 car, the main PC sim racing car. He's pulled out a bit of a gap as Neil Santowski over Scott McIntyre. So I don't know whether Scott's got caught up in traffic or something, but he's certainly pulled out a couple of seconds on him there.
Hawk Freak Racing have got a problem, have they? Or was that just letting Santowski through, or has Jasper Grunwald got a bit of an issue there? Maybe he got.
I think he maybe just let him past.
He's just been generous, has he?
I mean, he's got that much of a gap over the sim racing Enka car that I think you can afford to take it easy and let them through.
gap is 8 seconds then. TNT Racing to the Wario Kart Double Dash car. I think David Williams wants an interview, so we can put it. I think we should bring him in again.
I will, man. I'll let him know.
David Williams back again.
Hey, Andrew. How's
Hello.
it going?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. How's the race going for you from your point of view? We just saw a bit of a hairy moment with the slowdown penalty.
Yeah, we accidentally got a little overzealous, I think, coming up on Rouge there, and got to slow down. So
You had to serve it up at the chicane then, I guess. Which does that lose less time than doing it on the straight?
yeah, it definitely does. If you wait till you got to be in a slow area anyway, then you don't have to worry about serving it when you're supposed to be at top speed. So I mean, the overall differential is a lot less. If you do serve it on that straightaway, you might lose 5 seconds. If you serve it in those chicanes and those falling turns, you may only lose 2 to 3 seconds.
Now, it looks like Robert's getting a little feisty out there. Is it to do with the Cadillac closing on him? Because surely there's another pit stop to be made.
No, I don't think so. I think
He's just got another slowdown, I think.
No, I don't think he pulled a slow down on that one. He got a little hairy, but he didn't pull it slow down. But yeah, he's not worried about a caddy. I've already told him to. They got to make another pit stop, so they're not really a concern of ours. It's pretty much our race to throw away. As long as we don't make any mistakes, we're going to bring it home. And if I understand the point system right, this will also lock up the overall championship for us as well.
Yeah, definitely will. You're in the lead of that already, so definitely winning this race should do that. Thanks for joining us again, Dave, and we'll hopefully catch you. We might catch you at the end if it goes well.
That sounds good, Andrew. I'll see you guys after the next round, or the stint, as you were.
Yes. Take care.
Take care.
David Williams there again, and yeah, Paul. It looks like Robert Tinsley's just pushing it a little bit.
He's certainly forcing his way through the back markers, getting his elbows out a bit to try and get through them.
I don't think he really needs to.
No, I mean it's like
Because that Sim Racing Team Romania car's pretty crippled.
They are struggling. I mean their last lap was a 24.5, so I mean they
Tinsley
are.
did a 22 and he nearly crashed 3 times.
Yeah, so yeah, they've got 2.5 seconds there over the Sim Racing Team Romania car. So I wouldn't be pushing it as hard as he is, but
I think he's also getting a bit annoyed with this Cadillac that's in front of him. I think that held him up through Eau Rouge. Oh, and again!
Oh, yeah,
What's going on there?
He's getting stuck there. I mean, okay, he's finally getting through there.
But he's having to make a late braking lunge almost on a back marker, Ryan, which is never really a good thing.
It's definitely not. I just want to say as well, main PC sim racing car of Nils Sentkowski is in pit road as we come. Obviously, this is the endurance layout, so he's got a long way to go before his box as he's making his way down there. Doing pretty well on P6 as I believe this will be his maybe his last stop here, or has he got another one?
I'll have another one to go, I think, there, mate. I think they were pitting around 50 minutes. I would think there's another stop to go. Caddy Hollick's team is pitting as well. The 555 car, they're in at the moment. 4th place they are at the moment, but they're back out again.
Also as well, Wario Kart Double Dash are on pit road as well. That Christian Kvyat is in as well, so he'll be making his way very slowly into his box as always. And also I want to mention as well, the main PC Sim Racing has fixed their front end of the car. They had a bit of a dent on their front left bumper, and they are back on their way now out of pit road.
Well, that's good then. It's definitely nice, Paul, to this point in the race, if you've got a tiny bit of damage, get that repaired, get back out with a clean car.
It certainly helps with the performance of the car, and it certainly puts a bit more confidence in the driver as well as to the ability of the car to go around fast as well. So it's certainly helpful to get that damage fixed. I know every time that when we've been racing in our team, we've certainly taken the opportunity at pit stops to get damage repaired, just to help the car out performance-wise.
One team that's doing a heck of a job performance-wise is the main PC IDO backup GT Ford GT of Jan Sinkowski and Jonas Vormeyer, and they're doing a grand job. And Sinkowski, he's actually
he's
going much quicker than his teammate was.
Yeah, he's trying to get past the sim racing team.
He's lapping quicker than him, Paul. He's lapping quicker than him. I think he's got every right to try and get that lap back. Definitely.
I think that just shows how much is on the front of that BMW.
Oh, and there's going to be problems with that Kia there. And that was because he was trying to defend the position from a car that's a lap behind him.
If you know that a car's faster...
Oh, he's going again on the Kia.
If you know that the car... It's the main PC Kia.
It's the main PC Kia, but, I mean, they're on different laps, all three of these cars.
If you can see that's a lap down is that much quicker than you...
Now the main PC Kia is getting in the way of the Ford GT anyway, so, yeah.
You certainly think about...
and Caddy Hollick's going through at Fanyez. And off goes Sinkowski. I don't know if that was a bit of a mess up on Sinkowski's part, but he had been lapping in the 223s, Paul, which was really, really solid. Sorry, 224s, which was a really solid pace, considering his teammate was in the 25s and 26s.
Yeah, I mean, to lap that times for the Ford GT, it is a good lap time as that. I mean, comparing to the 25.6 for Harold Ede and the other GT.
Yeah.
So he's certainly... I mean, he's nearly lapping Harold.
But they're only one lap down at the moment, and it might just be... Is that going to be 2 laps now then, possibly? Oh, maybe not. No, it'll still be just 1. So
yeah, just waiting for it to.
Fantastic! They're in the pits. Sinkowski's coming in. A tight pit entry, hammering it, stopping it on the commitment cone. Did he get that slowed down? Well, that is questionable, Ryan Littlemore.
It is indeed, and don't want to get a speeding penalty around here. I can honestly say that on there. But that battle going on there has helped the Spanish Caddy Holics team get ever closer to that sim racing team Romania. They are struggling now. They're in the 226s, whereas the Spanish Caddy Holics, who had no problem whatsoever with traffic, was 4 seconds quicker, and they're all over the back now of that BM. It's a matter of time, really, that Francisco.
I know Lazar. Sorry, Ryan. Here he comes.
He's going down the inside. I mean, he's got him easily.
Second place. And the thing is, Ryan, I know that obviously there's a lot of damage on the front of that BMW, but he was running 224s, and this is a car, Paul, that earlier on lap 3 of the race did a 219.8.
It is certainly a big drop off in pace, and is it that the driver is struggling with that damage? I mean, he's certainly a fair bit into his stint now, so maybe because of that damage it's causing the tyres to work a bit harder.
Well, yeah, I mean that's the equivalent of starting off the race in a Mercedes and ending it in a Caterham. I don't know. It's the car must feel so different. I don't know if part of it's Lazar's driving, if he's not as good as Klima, which is also a possibility in endurance racing. Let's face it, but Klima didn't help him when he crashed it himself.
Absolutely, it certainly didn't help him there.
He's gone, I've done my stint, now you have this knackered old rubbish.
Sort that out, boys. Yeah, he's certainly struggling a bit with this car.
Walked off, got his ice cream, get his sandwich, he sat down with his feet up, and Lazar's out there, like, fearing for his life.
I will say, though, that the front of the car is where the engine is, and I've been watching him at Lazar, and I think he's got the downforce. The only problem I have with him is I think he's lost the top end speed, and like from 5th gear onwards, he is ridiculously slow in a straight line, as we saw, getting absolutely creamed over by that Spanish Caddy Holics car.
Yeah, that was a bigger difference in speed than we've seen in this race, because I think the Caddy isn't as quick in this race, Ryan, as it was.
It is, and I think it's just the stiffness really is what is holding Lazar back. So, and this track has got a lot of straights on it, so they are losing out a lot. But in that middle sector with the likes of Pouon, and obviously we have Campus Corner, Stavelot as well, all technical corners, they can claw back some time, but as soon as they get on that straight to Blanchimont, they've had it. And as you can see now, that Spanish Caddy Holics has just pulled away to like 2 seconds already.
Let's see what the sorry, Paul. Yeah.
I was going to say we did wonder if that car did have a little bit of engine damage because of that hit.
241, 242.
He's about 20 kilometers an hour slower than the caddy.
243. But what's the other what are the other BMWs doing? We've got the TNT Racing number 2 car coming up Eau Rouge now. Let's see if the 23 car. So 243 we're looking for.
He's
we're already at
hitting that
230.
Now, yeah. He's certainly got a bit more top end as Scott McIntyre than the Sim Racing Team Romania car.
It's only about 3Ks though, Paul.
Yeah, but along a straight like that where it's uphill as well, you can certainly tell.
Because he might be slower through Eau Rouge as well, because he might just not have the power to get him up the hill as quickly, Ryan.
Yep, definitely. Eau Rouge is one of those corners. It's one of my favourite corners in all of motorsport, and I think probably both of you would agree with me on that. And it's completely flat. It's blind at certain points. It's a scary corner, this one. And
yeah, definitely.
The speed you've got to take key to keep in position, or even trying to overtake a car in front of you. So it's death-defying, and it could either benefit you or it could hit you in that wall, and your race is done. As we've now coming nearly to the end of the race now, we've got less than nearly an hour to go here, boys.
It may be flat in a GT car, but I can tell you, not in a Kia. It's not flat in a Kia, I can assure you of that.
Speaking of the Kias, I think we've not mentioned them for quite a while now. We've got Andreas Katz currently still leading that class. He's got roughly 2 laps ahead of the next, which they're not enough peak.
I'll tell you, the on track at the moment is the RC UK Motorsport car and the Online Sim Racing DE car there, battling it away for position. Going down the inside. He's seen him there as the BMW driver, so good driving to not collect him, but that Cadillac was certainly a lot faster than the BMW.
Well, as the Spanish Cadillacs team are on pit road, Francisco coming part of the Grand Prix pit complex as he will come round very, very slowly. You've got to be very careful on this road. If you don't turn that much, you'll hit those concrete blocks on the left-hand side we can see on there. So you've done very well not to get any damage on there, as it's a very slow 60 kilometers an hour pit lane. This one, 30 mile an hour. If anyone uses metric or some sort of that.
Yes. Well, I think just going back to that battle with Jean-Philippe Weed and
Lee Bunker.
Yeah. The BMW is the quicker car, but at this point in the race, we saw with the Wario Kart car as well, the Caddy's quicker at this very point because it's out of sync of the pit stop spot.
I'm just looking at the lap time. They seem to have done about a similar amount of laps on these tyres, so it's certainly not going to be fresher tyres unless the Caddy to look after its tyres a bit more. But they've certainly done maybe 1 or 2 more laps in the Cadillac.
It seems like it seems like the Caddy gets a bit quicker with as the fuel goes down, and the BMW necessarily doesn't really get any quicker. But
the BMW is certainly having a look now.
Yeah, indeed he is, and he's going to be quicker through La Source. Oh, nearly lost it, Jean-Philippe Weed there.
He's done a good job at throttle control and kept that car going straight. It's the speed out of Eau Rouge that will be crucial now for the Cadillac.
Ryan, we know from the Formula 1 days.
Cadillac's run wide.
He's gone wide. Has he got to slow down?
He's certainly slower.
Definitely the BMW want to be behind him though if he needs to take a slowdown penalty at any point. I was going to say, Ryan, from the Formula 1 days, it's different. That AstroTurf in Spa, that can bite you. You can lose traction on that very easily.
You can, especially in the wet. I will say that, but obviously iRacing hasn't the rain yet. So maybe if they are watching this, they could probably incorporate
one day, surely.
On there, but yeah, the AstroTurf on here is very quite demanding. I know racing the F1 round here on iRacing, if you hit those curbs, you are definitely going in a wall, and I can honestly say that, as in real life they do as well. So yeah, they've got to be very careful, especially in these GT cars. The Caddies, they should be okay, along with the Kias as well, because they haven't got that power torque in their engines, but the BMs are ones that they have to be very careful of, as we've seen already, and also the 4 GTs that we saw.
The rough as well. The rough as well really is quite dodgy over the curbs.
And we have a battle going on in the race for P5 overall, and P6, we have Augustin Oya, who is in that Spanish Caddy Holics racing team, who has replaced Francisco out of that car, and behind him is the Online Sim Racing Die.de VLN-C2B car, driven by Jan-Philipp Weidert. So quite a strange name, that, so I do apologise if I've got that name wrong.
And Lee Bunker's not that far behind those two as well, so it's a three-way battle.
And you've got to think, Paul, that the BMW is going to come back into that possibly. Well, you've got to think he's got to stop only. They've got to stop one time each, but we'll see.
I've just been looking up at the front. The Wario Kart car now is what, 6 seconds behind the Sim Racing Team Romania car. In fact, I think it's closer than that now.
The Romania car's doing 24.8s.
So
Henry Gross in that one.
If the Wario Kart car can get ahead, then they don't have to worry about that extra stop, because he'll have taken that extra stop, and it'll be for position legitimately.
Yeah, I agree completely with that. Henry Gross then in that Wario Kart double dash car, and Christian Hewitt did really well in his stint. Henry Gross maybe a tiny bit slower overall, but he had more traffic to contend with, things like that, so it's hard to tell. One of the things, Ryan, it's very difficult to do in endurance racing is measure the exact performance of two drivers.
It is. Obviously, you've got to get two drivers who are consistently on pace on round endurance races. It's very key to get two drivers who are like that. And with Spa, it is a demanding track, and I think both of you would agree with me on that. This is probably one of the most... I'm trying to think of a word here to describe this. One of the most enduring races of the season for these guys in the spirit of VLN.
It's got a high rate of attrition, I think, is what you're looking for.
That's the word I'm looking for, so thank you very much. I'm just keeping an eye on the battle for P5 and P6 again. Jan, I think the only thing that Jan's got to do is he's got to get ahead of Augustin at this stage, because Augustin has obviously pitted, as we know. His tyres will be cold, and I've driven the Caddy previous couple of seasons in this car. With a full tank and cold tyres, that car is like you're on an ice rink. He's got to be so careful out of slow corners. It takes around about 5 to 6 laps to get the tyres up to temperature and get that car suited for the track. But the only problem that they have is they have damage on the rear wing on the left hand side. There's a slight dent on it, which will hinder some downforce and some top end speed on that car, whereas the car in front hasn't got any at all. So Augustin has gone a bit wide out, launched him up there, which will give him the 1x.
Just to bring a bit of the Sim Racing Team Romania car's pitted. They're in the pit lane. I don't know whether it's just
sideways
my coverage.
Almost.
Sideways, yeah.
Online Sim Racing have gone into pit road.
I think they're in the box. They must be in the box, but
yeah, I would think that they're in the box.
Not very well.
That's going to be interesting, pulling that car out of the pits.
Can he get out of there?
I think he might have to reverse.
Yeah, he is. Look, oh dear, a bad stint. Bad stint for Lazar.
Did he actually pit in his? He didn't.
I don't know what he's done.
No, he
there.
didn't. He's just
didn't.
now.
He just come down pit road. I think he went in the wrong box or something, and then just didn't move for a couple of seconds.
Can you go in the wrong box?
He's on his way. Yeah, he just stops and then just turns into his wrong box, and then goes back out again and goes into his actual box.
That's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen.
I wonder if he's maybe had some issues with his PC.
I wonder if he's had some issues. Maybe he's had to go for a natural break or something.
Well, I can tell you that both the Online Sim
But you'd have thought
car and the RC UK car are both on pit road together.
But you would have thought, though, by the way, even if it was a natural break that he had to take, that he would have parked it in his box first and then left it there.
You would certainly think to do that.
Very odd.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bizarre.
Unless the police knocked on his door or something, I don't know.
We have a driver change as well in the rough class. The Torque Free Racing car have now got David Barrowclough, who will probably be taking the last stint of this race for that Torque Free Racing car. Scored 15th overall in class.
And you know what, Ryan? That team has done everything right, done everything they need to do. They're in the lead of the race, but as it stands, it's not going to be enough to win the title. It's this car coming down pit road now, Sebastian Schieber, who's he's in the Sim Racing Eki car, and they're going to take the victory in the class poll if it stays like this.
Yeah, they've just got to keep it straight, keep it on the black stuff, and hope they don't make any mistakes. That's all they've got to do. As the BMW and the Caddy come out together on the pit road, that's tight, and that's for position as well.
Robert Tinsley's in.
Race leader is in. And, will you make a change? That is the question. Will they switch drivers? Actually,
I
it
think
is
they
going to
will
be.
change drivers.
It will be David.
I think Dave Williams is going to go back in there. Yep.
Yeah, I did have hear some team radio, and they have confirmed that David will be switching over from Robert for this last stint of the race, and he's done the good thing and not hit the barrier there, that big barrier in the pit road, so that's a good sign. Obviously, you don't want to get the optional repairs at this very key stage of the race. We've all done it before. I mean, I would admit I have hit that pit wall.
Yeah,
and we've all lost concentration and hit that second pit wall a bit further down as well, which you know, is also a bit of a nightmare. But let's see if David A. Williams does get in. I believe, well, yeah, I believe he will, won't he? Yeah, Tinsley's done 2 hours straight, hasn't he?
Yeah, I tell you what, looking at Robert Tinsley's lap times, Mr. Consistency right there, just in the 22s, 21s, towards the end, just going into the 23s, but just incredible consistency considering that you're having to go through traffic as well.
Yeah, you can tell that the part of the race that he just decided he was going to really step on it's like sort of 54 to about 65. He was really, really quick there, and I think that's taken the race away from everyone else. To be honest, nobody else has a chance here, I wouldn't think. Wario Kart Double Dash is coming around La Source, though.
But they do have to pit again, don't they?
Yeah, I think they have another stop to make.
Yeah, because they've just gone past that TNT racing car, so they are now really theoretically the new race leaders of this race.
And they're it's the first time, actually, Paul, that this car has been in the lead of the race.
Yeah, they've done an incredible job. Again, another guy who's doing consistent pace as well, so they've done a good job in that Wario Kart Double Dash car.
Yeah, no doubt. And David A. Williams then back in. We've had him in the booth twice. Seems like a jovial chap. Seems like a chap who doesn't let much get to him. But is he under pressure now from this Cadillac, or is the Cadillac out of reach?
I think he's close enough to the Cadillac that when they pit, he'll just go straight past.
Oh, look, the Wario Kart car right in front of the Team Romania BMW. Who doesn't look like they've repaired that front end for Silvio Lazar.
That I don't think. It would probably be optional repairs for that car, and depending on what their damage is, it looks alright, but they are obviously going to lose a bit of speed. Are they tactically trying to stay out and will come back out straight away and not take that gamble? Maybe it's for the championship position in the little battle they have, and you really never know, because that behind them, the P1 TV car obviously is on pit road right now, and it's Bernard Colrode who will be taking over for the final stint.
Just to let you know, going into slow one, Jean-Philippe Bouygues lost control of the car, giving the place to the RC UK Motorsport car.
Right.
And that was a battle for position there, so he just lost control, went into the gravel, didn't hit the wall, thankfully, so he's got no damage, and he's got back going again.
Yeah, but that did mean that his last lap was 4 minutes 9 seconds.
Yeah, because they've just come out of this as well.
Which is a tremendous lap time. That's the worst lap time we've seen so far today, I think.
Yeah,
but
I don't think anybody can compete with our 8 minute lap.
Oh dear me, no. Goodness gracious. We've got. We need to pay attention here as well, because the Cadillac class C2. That is up for grabs today, and it's not the Wario Kart car who currently actually leads this endurance race. It's not them that are in the contention to winning that class. It's the main PC sim racing team. At the moment, the 96 car, driven by Steven Zescher. Zescher actually crashed on the first lap, but has managed to get back to 5th place overall, 3rd in class, and those points are going to be enough, Paul, for him to defeat the online simracing.de car.
It's certainly a good drive from them there, from Stephen, to be able to pull it back after making such a mistake at the start.
And Sinkowski as well. Neil Sinkowski, his teammate, really went well as well with the car in that middle stint. And Ryan, just how hard is it to recover from a crash on the opening lap?
Oh, I've done that so many times. I can honestly say that it is, and it's not the greatest start to a race. You don't really want to be crashing it. It really lowers your confidence down for the rest of the race, and you're thinking in your head, the mind games come into effect, saying, "Oh, you have no chance of catching up. There's no point. You probably retire," and you don't really want that, especially in these endurance races. If it was a short race, then I would agree. But in these races, you don't know what's going to happen. People will crash out. Teams will retire. You'll gain positions. So you never know. If they can keep going, they can still gain positions.
Yeah, because they had contact with another car up at Lecum. I think it was this Phoenix BMW, wasn't it, Paul? Up at the. In fact, you weren't there.
No, I wasn't there.
It was the Phoenix BMW that they made contact with at Lecum, and that really compromised Escher's race. But you know what? Great credit to them. They were nearly stone dead last after the first lap, and they're still on the lead lap, Paul, and they're still putting in really good lap times around the 2-minute 22s.
Yeah, it's an incredible effort to be able to put those lap times in, especially if you have a slight bit of damage to the car as you go through Eau Rouge there. It's only, 17 seconds behind the Spanish Cadiaholics team, and they did a 2:25.5 that last lap, so they must have got stuck in some traffic there.
Got to have noticed as well, Ryan, that surely Scott McIntyre is going to be in soon in the BMW.
He has to. He's really, I have to say as well, his pace is reasonably consistent. high 24s. He's done quite a bit. He's been in the car since lap 54 on there, so he's coming up to his 20. And as I said that, he is on the pit road.
It's like you're a mind reader there, Andrew.
Well, what can I say? Years of commentary. No, years of just pure luck, I think. McIntyre's in anyway, and he begins the long road to, well, I'd love to say nowhere. It is to somewhere. It is to his pit box, but it's going to take a while, let's be honest. So there's a good chance that the Spanish Cadiaholics team and even the main PC sim racing cars have a good chance to get through. The 555 car is coming into Blanchimont, so they'll almost certainly go through, Paul.
Yeah, they certainly will. It's just a matter of when those caddies take their last stop, whether they just go for a short blast at the end, just to splash and dash, to get some good times in at the end to take them to the finish. How do you play that sort of strategy in that last hour? Do you split it evenly to get sort of like consistent times, or do you go long and then have a quick blast at the end?
Well, it's an interesting situation, isn't it? As I'm just watching the Spanish Cadiaholics team going down the straight down towards Eau Rouge and going through. Is it past McIntyre? Yes, indeed. McIntyre's still in the pit box. So Cadiaholics are through. Main PC Sim Racing is surely going to go through as well, as they're going through.
Yeah, they've just come out of La Source.
Out of La Source, McIntyre still not out of his pit box.
Yeah, and there they go through.
Main PC Sim Racing are through. Hey, what? I don't think Team Romania are going to have a chance of going through as well, but it's going to be close.
Is this a long stop then?
It's a very long pit stop. It seems like it anyway. Team Romania coming up to La Source, Paul.
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on flicking between the two of them there, just to see if they do manage to get through.
Team Romania are going to go through, are they?
Yeah, they are.
Oh, maybe.
Oh no, he's come out of the pits now, Scott McIntyre.
Although full head of steam for Silvio Lazar. He doesn't have the pit lane to contend with.
Warrior car coming through the line as well, the leader.
Oh, McIntyre's just got out in front of Lazar, but that's close. Only a couple of seconds in that. He's got that full. Look at that, he's got that full head of steam.
Yeah, but he's got that damage to the car as well, whereas McIntyre... the McIntyre car does have a little bit of damage from earlier on.
This might give Silvio Lazar, Ryan, a little bit of encouragement. Sees the target in front to attack.
He is, but as we've said, he has got that damage. So that is the only problem he has. But
the last two laps, in fact the laps since he's been in the pits, 24.0, 22.7, 23.2. So has some of that problem been fixed?
It doesn't look like it. I'm looking at the car right.
He's gone off at Liège as well.
Yeah, he's gone off the corner, no name. That's not a good start for that. So, I mean, Scott's got a perfectly clean car, so he wouldn't need to worry on the straights. I think Scott has a 20, maybe quite a considerable amount of straights. But it will depend on traffic as well. There is a car. Actually, is I think it's that Henry Gross in front of them. Obviously, the current race leader of iRace.
He's the leader in front.
He is the leader, so we'll be interested to see if he does go on pit road. The Cadillacs have got quite a substantial fuel tank in their car. They can go a bit longer than, maybe go longer than the BMWs, or just somewhat on par with them.
Christian Hewitt did 23 laps. Henry Gross's first stint was 24. Hewitt did 23 again, so you've got to think that Gross has about... You know what? He's put the thing is, the advantage that the Caddies have, Paul, is that they can short stint these last 2 stints now.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I say, with fresher gears,
because 20 odd laps will take you to the end of the race from here.
Yeah,
so it could actually be worth Gross pitting in soon.
Well, I will say that the Warrior car is slowly getting drawn in by David A. Williams. He's done another 20.6 that lap. He's putting in the laps now. He's got the bit between his teeth. I mean, it's a 19.9, 23 and a 26 there, these last 3 laps out of the pits.
I don't know if Hugo can actually go on board with David Williams, but it'd be nice to have a lap on board with the man in second place overall as we go through Eau Rouge, up the hill, virtually flat, taking as much of the track as he dares. And we are on board with David Williams down the Camel Straight. 250 kilometers an hour, that's about 170 in old money, turns it in. Bit tight in Lacombe, but quite a good line. Opening up Malmedy as best he can. Now down the hill, this tricky reverse corner, your car can really understeer. Just got to hug the inside line. It wasn't the best line from Williams, but he manages to get the power down well. Corner with no name. Maybe he does have a name now, we're not too sure. Towards Pouon. Brakes, maybe 1 downshift, maybe 2. He's made a little mess of that, gone a bit wide. Not sure this is going to be another 20.6, but he's trying hard anyway, David Williams. The Fanyas chicane now. Now you've got to slow down this first part, take a wider line into the second part. Use all the curb on the exit. That's a flat curb. Into Stavolo. That's a banked corner. Slightly cambered. Through curve Paul Frere. Tiny lift of the throttle. Beautiful from Williams. And the second half of his lap's been definitely better than the first. Through. This is just a kink, really. Just got to line yourself up for Blanchimont, which is the ultimate kink. Oh, bit wide, had to get out of it. Into the bus stop chicane, hard on the brakes, down all the gears. Down as far as possibly first gear, maybe second in an endurance race. The safety behind this Ford GT who moves out of the way for him. Let's have a look. 20.4. That was even better lap. It didn't even look that good, Paul.
The Wario Kart car, 2:23.7. So he got caught up in traffic there. So
that was a TNT racing car, isn't it?
Yeah, it's maybe the teammate helping out Scott McIntyre, helping out David A. Williams.
I don't know if it was just me, guys. I didn't think that was a particularly fantastic lap from Williams, but it was very, very quick.
There's certainly places where he can pick up time, but it's a quick lap nonetheless, because the stopwatch doesn't lie.
No, he did qualify on pole by 0.5 of a second as well, with a 2:19.1. That's only 1.3 seconds slower than qualifying, and Ryan, in an endurance race of this length...
Sorry to interrupt you there, Woody. Scott McIntyre has gone a bit off-road there. Just went, I think he just broke too late for the corner into Lacombe and just went off.
Yep.
Luckily he hasn't got any damage on the car, but very lucky there.
He's still battling.
He's still battling. Cost him anything?
He's still battling with the Sim Racing Team Romania car as well for position.
On the Romania car, having a little look, definitely improved the pace of that car in the pit stop, Paul.
Absolutely, they must have fixed something with that car.
I don't know if it's the new tyres, maybe.
Possibly
with that. I mean, it's only been this will be the 6th lap out of the pits, maybe. So still fresh tyres on that car, so certainly will be helping.
Doesn't particularly look like McIntyre's really getting on with it though, Ryan.
Yeah, he actually has some damage on the rear end of his car and on the right.
It's been there for a while, I think, but I don't know if it'd be slowing them at this point.
Well, we're going to see right now they're coming off turns out of Stavolo there, coming on to turn 16 onto the back straight. This is where we're going to see what the real true speed of these two BMs are. Currently, you've seen Scott McIntyre going up to 220 kilometers an hour. At the same time, Lazar's actually quicker at this point, so they have fixed something in that BMW there. Obviously, he's getting drafted as well. We've got to remember that on here, but he's coming up now. We're going to see what Scott McIntyre is going to be doing. He's just at 243. Lazar's only a kilometre a kilometre an hour slower on there. I'm getting really gibbery because it's an exciting battle going on here.
He's certainly got the bit between his teeth, hasn't he?
He has indeed, and we'll see now the straight line speed difference.
1 point seconds faster was the Team Romania car of Lazar.
Dave Williams just shocked in a casual 22.4 there, keeping a watching brief. He's 6 seconds behind the Wario Kart. These guys are catching the Wario Kart machine, aren't they?
They are indeed. It's a maybe Wario Kart and maybe possibly fuel saving, maybe possible. They don't
possible,
think they
yeah.
can get to the end. That is a possible.
Look, Lazar. Yeah, he's got quite a decent sized draft there, and he's only gained 4 kilometers an hour. So maybe it's not completely fixed, but it looks like it's potentially. Oh, he's gone off the track there anyway. So that stopped a little charge that he was on, but yeah, David Williams, a lap in front of what was his closest challenger, Ryan.
It is. One thing to mention as well, obviously with David Williams, obviously I do know him from the iRacing Grand Prix Series, so we do know he is.
Oh, the Wario Kart car and the Kia!
That was close, that was.
Oh, dear me, the Kia went round the outside, the Kia very quick in the corners, Paul, and almost catching out Henry Gross.
Oh, that'd be that worst nightmare to take out the leader if you did that so late on in the race. I mean, we've got 24 minutes left, and that's let the TNT car close up a bit as well.
The Kia's in. That's the third place Kia. That's the main PC Kia Fun team, and doing a good job, to be honest. Better job even than they were in Suzuka, and they've actually got a driver, it looks like, to finish the race, Paul, this time. Yeah,
I mean, it's good for them. I mean, David, just having a look here, he's still out in the lead. He's got quite a sizable gap over Bram Reiners.
It's over a lap, isn't it?
Yeah, so he's Dave Baker and Andreas Katz, what we were saying earlier, really consistent, fast drivers, don't get into trouble, and it's showing again with that Karcher car.
This could be interesting, though, Paul, because now Williams, he's coming up to lap Silvio Lazar, and actually he's through.
Yeah, I think Lazar has just let him have that. He's realised that he's battling for the lead. No point trying to ruin that race for David A. Williams.
Yep. I mean, Williams doesn't really have much to play for, but I suppose the overall title is to play for it in a way. But catching the Wario Kart car as well, 21.7 that time round. Nice solid lap. And you've got 4.6 seconds ahead, and Ryan, with the Wario Kart car definitely having to pit again, he's got it in the bag, hasn't he?
He has indeed, and as I said before, David is a very quick driver. He competes in the iRacing Grand Prix Series. I have raced with him before. He is a very consistent driver. He is one of the most consistent drivers I actually race with against, so he has got that potential on there, and he really, I thought he would have been held up there by Nazar and also his teammate Scott McIntyre at that stage. And with that battle with Scott McIntyre and Lazar, that it's over now. I think Lazar had the chance, and with that traffic with the Kia, I think that battle's over now. I think Scott's comfortably not going to. Oh, and he's lost the back end. He's lost it.
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, McIntyre's gone.
He's at the wall.
Oh, he's at the wall.
Light contact there. Right.
He might.
Left,
in fact, the
left rear
Romania car. Sorry, yep.
Yeah, left. He's got down on the left-hand side and the rear left. Actually, yeah, the left-hand side was the rear bumper as well.
Rear right, yeah.
There's some error on the rear side of that car, so
well,
really, that's put a spanner in the works. That may actually help
It's only it was only light contact though, wasn't it? I think so. He might be okay, but the problem that they've really got, in my opinion, is that McIntyre wasn't really setting the world on fire with lap times anyway, was he, Paul? So I think it's only going to really make it worse. He wasn't doing the David Williams times, was he?
Oh, I tell you what, I might have a little bit of damage on that rear left suspension. I'm just having a look at that. It seems to be sitting pretty straight. Yeah, it's not crabbing, that's for sure. But yeah, he's been a bit hit and miss with the lap times really out the pits, but that's partly down to traffic as well and battling for position.
We'll say as well, because of that spin, that Team Romania car is now ahead in position. He's now up to P5 overall.
P5. I'm just taking a look at the championship standings actually as well. Team Romania have only actually entered a BMW in the last 2 rounds, so that's going to but that will move them up through the standings, up potentially up as far as maybe 10th place in the standings, so that's not too bad for them. But started out life that team, Paul, as a Ford GT this season.
Yeah, they certainly did, and they've done a good job in the BMW. They say that they've only done a couple of events in that, so you must be pleased with how they've gone to be challenging. I think second place in their class, so it's good going so far.
Yep, definitely so. A reminder: Spirit VLN-series, round number 6 of 6 from Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium, live on RaceSpotTV. Andrew Woodhouse, Ryan Littlemore, Paul Smith joining you, and thank you very much for watching and making us a part of your Saturday evening viewing. Now, so far, who's the driver that's impressed you the most, Paul?
Oh, now you're asking me a question.
And you're not allowed to pick Williams, it's cheating.
How did you read mine? I was about to say that David Williams has got within 2.5 seconds now of the Warrior Cat, so he's doing a top job there. I would say I'm in with the pace of Henry Gross and Christian Kvyat with that Warrior Cat car. They've done a good job with that. To say that Caddy isn't maybe quite as fast as the BMW, So yeah. I mean, with half an hour, with just under half an hour to go to be in the lead still. Okay, they're getting closed in by David Williams, but it's certainly a good effort in that car.
Oh, definitely. A car that is not as quick, simple as that, is not as quick as the BMW. So, but we saw this, didn't we? We saw this exact same thing in round 2, and it's happening again, much later on in the race actually than what we saw. But it's just the natural way that the strategies play out on this track. I would say this main PC Ford GT though, I'd say that's the one, the ideal backup for GT, number 31 car, sorry. I think they're absolutely outstanding. They're only 1 lap down. They are...
Well, they're a lap ahead,
nearly a lap ahead. And they're doing 2:23s. And every other Ford... And their qualifying time...
Yeah, I was just looking at
2:26.7. Sinkowski's just done a 23.8. That's phenomenal.
Pick up 3 seconds whilst racing. I mean, they've been out in that car for a little while now.
The only thing I can sort of think of is that Wallmeyer isn't as quick as Sinkowski, and he qualified the car because he was starting the race, but it's still 3 seconds.
It's an incredible effort, is that? I mean, his fastest lap, Jan Sentowski's, was a 22.7. In the Ford GT. That is incredible around here.
That is incredible. If he'd have been in this car all the race, I think he could have had a shot at coming third, you know.
We've got the battle for the lead where they're together now. David Williams has got right to the back of the Warrior Cat car going down to a pool.
This could be interesting, Ryan.
It will, and obviously to consider as well, there is traffic ahead of them as well. There's a rough, and David is all over the back of that 78 Cadillac. This is going to be very interesting.
Bit of traffic.
It is.
The rough's done well to get out their way there. He's very considerate there. You'll have seen that they're the leaders, so that's a good job from him.
Next up for them is the Sim Racing K car of Mario in that number 75 car, currently P16 overall. And Honestly, if I was him, I would just get out of the way right now because
So I'd get out of the way for more than one reason. He's got a championship to worry about, so he needs to just get right out of it. He's 2 laps ahead of the nearest car. Yeah, there it is. Just let them go. Let them go through. Don't get in the way.
One through.
Francorchamps, that's
really,
not...
Francorchamps really in these cars is not an ideal place to overtake. I think any
I
car
would have...
is not there, but he will let him through right now. But
I do slightly question the decision making there though, because he's 2 laps in front, Paul, of his nearest challenger. He should have just let these two. You can see these two are battling.
I know me personally, I would have just jumped out of the way. I wouldn't hit the brakes, but I'd just jump off the line, get off the gas, let them past, and then just worry about my own race. But they're getting closer.
The last thing he needs is for Williams, and you know, obviously, completely ignoring this is for the actual overall lead of the race. You know, the last thing that Mario Dietz needs is for these two to have a crash and collect him.
Ooh, sorry, Woody. This could be the moment of changing of the lead here.
I don't think it will be.
Took a fantastic line through Eau Rouge. He's into that draft
He's
now.
got the draft, yeah, absolutely.
He just doesn't have the pace though.
No. The Cadillac's actually quicker at this stage. He's just 2 kilometers now quicker. That's surprising.
But that was with Williams tucked right in the slipstream, and the Cadillac was still quicker.
That is just amazing. I'm surprised.
A big hoss of a car, isn't it?
I mean, it will have less fuel in will the Cadillac.
Oh, he's gone. Sorry to interrupt there. Just went wide, that 78 Cadillac there. It's just someone kept it. He's struggling.
Oh, he's gone a bit wide there.
This is going to be it now.
I think his
his
tyres have gone now. And David, he's going down the inside of P1. This is going to be a bit risky.
That's really brave, and I'm not sure that's advisable.
Oh, he's making it stick up.
Round the outside goes the Cadillac.
That's a great...
and he's gone, is he?
Oh, he's done well to hold that.
He really went. And after I'll tell you what, after 3.5 hours, it must be fun for these two guys to conduct a battle for the lead.
Absolutely fantastic. That is great driving from the pair to not make any contact whatsoever through P1. That is impressive, and
Dave Williams did not have to do that, and he did a fantastic job of it.
He did. Pretty risky move that was. I have to say, P1 is not a real overtaking spot there, so got to give David credit there, and he is now the overall race leader.
Massive credit. We have to have a look.
I think Henry Gross may need to change run ups after hitting that curb, because it certainly bounced the car up and made him lose control of it.
It did indeed. We've got a battle now though. The Romania car is coming under pressure. Lazar's under a lot of pressure from McIntyre.
Yeah, that damage from Scott McIntyre really ended him. Really, he's still 2 seconds lap quicker than Lazar in front of him. And could we see?
Oh, Lazar's missed his braking point.
He can correct it though in the second bus stop, and he has done. But as you said, he went just a bit too deep into the entry, and will cost him maybe a tenth or two on there. But as you can see, he's pulled away just a bit there on Scott McIntyre, and they have a rough in front of them as well.
Oh, he tried to go down the inside of the rough, didn't he? And the rough wasn't having it. The thing is, Paul, that's another one for the Sim Racing Eki cars. 2 battling cars going past him.
They seem to crack in the battling cars, don't they? But I know from driving the Kias in this series, you do sometimes get dive bombed by some people.
That was an eccentric weave to the left, wasn't it?
Yeah, here we go.
Here we go. Oh, they're going 3 wide with
It's almost the Zonta moment, isn't it?
Yeah, and he easily gets past the bleeder. Scott McIntyre moves up to second place, and we have now a TNT Racing.
Can McIntyre keep it though? Oh, he can actually. It looked from that other camera angle that Lazar had the chance to do a cutback, because McIntyre looked like he'd messed the corner up, but it wasn't actually so. It was good driving though, wasn't it? Again by McIntyre, just set him up nicely, Paul.
Yeah, got the run out of Eau Rouge, managed to get a little bit of a tow down the middle of the 2 cars there, down the Kemmel Straight, and it's the Sim Racing Team Romania car just loses the back end going into Pool slightly, but
that
keeps it going forward.
A horrible moment, isn't it, Ryan, when the back end you turn in, the rear doesn't want to know, and you've got to steer out of the corner, haven't you?
Yeah, you do, and it doesn't help the fact that he has damage on that rear wing as well, which will really hinder him there. Just want to mention as well, during that battle that was going on, Andreas Katz is back in the car, in the Karsha car, currently leading in the Kia class. on there as he replaces David Barker, who only did 10 laps, so I wonder if he had to make an emergency stop or something. Maybe.
Yeah,
I think that'll just be a strategy towards the end of the race with these Kias, because you generally do about 45 minutes a stint in these Kias it's only 18 gallons that these hold. So in this last hour, you can do sort of like half-hour stints each. It generally works out. You do 3 hours with a few stops, and then do 2 half-an-hour stints at the end, just to even out the driving, so that you don't end up falling foul of the 60% rule.
Still over half a lap, Paul, in front of the Not Enough PK Racing Kia as well. So these guys have done a top job making their last pit stop, and they're away and clean. But it's amazing, isn't it, Paul? We don't see many spotless Kias on a Thursday night, but Katz and Baker have got just that on their hands now.
And to be fair to Renners as well, he seems to have a spotless Kia as well in second place in that class. So it's
well, even though he got hit by BMW, didn't he, as well? Earlier on.
So yeah, it's nice to see some straight Kias for a change.
Yes, indeed. And the Wario Kart car still only 2 seconds behind. Henry Gross putting in a 2:21.9. That's a good time.
Very good time, actually. There, he's only 4 tenths off David.
I said not as good as the time of Williams, though, right?
Williams still consistently doing very good times. He's in the his best lap on this stint so far has been a 20.3. Actually, a 19.9. I do apologise. On there, so Williams, as the tyres start rubbering now, they will start to go off a bit. Obviously, the fuel tank will be quite high, as really. I don't really see anyone challenging now that TNT racing car unless Williams bins it at some stage, but obviously we don't want the commentator's curse on there.
I'm staying out of that.
I think he's going to have to, to use an analogy from boxing or from the UFC, somebody's going to have to finish the fight. There's going to have to be a knockout on the part of TNT Racing in order for there to be a different winner than that yellow and black machine. But yeah. It's been a great performance by them. I know we can't write the obituary of everyone else just yet, with 20 minutes to go. But yeah, Williams is really hungry to take this victory.
He is indeed. I think they really do deserve the win here. The TNT Racing. I've got to give a shout out as well to the likes of Wario Kart, Spanish Caddy, and Main PC, who are all Cadillacs in second down to 4th place. So, got to give credit to the caddies here. And then the next BMW is that TNT Racing car number 2, currently in P5. So, really,
and those three Cadillacs in the lead lap as well. So that's really good going.
Yeah, definitely, and only one BMW on the lead lap.
I will say the RC UK Motorsport car has been in the pits a while now. I don't know if they're fixing some damage on that car.
Oh yeah, they definitely are. The front right corner is well, it's a UK car, so we'll say it knackered. And how was it knackered indeed? Oh dear, lap 88. He came up behind a Kia there. That was the main PC Kia. Lit it up coming out of the corner. Oh, AstroTurf. Oh, that little drain on the outside of the curb combined with the AstroTurf, and he just spat him right 90 degrees and smashed into the wall with the corner of the car. And did he manage to get it back to the pits?
I think he towed it.
No, he towed it. Well, it's a shame because he lost. I suppose he would have lost a lap anyway, I guess. The amount of damage he's got.
Down to the front right side of that car.
That's not a quick job to fix, is it, Ryan?
No, and as well, tow as well. Depending on where you are on the track, it's a very long tow, and
he towed from Eau Rouge.
It's a very long time you're going to be waiting before you go back. Even to get the car repaired again, you're going to be waiting maybe like 2 laps at least.
Which would have almost been better. It would have almost been better struggling around with the damage.
It is indeed. And just
but you don't want to be dangerous, I guess.
No, I'm just currently watching the race leader in the 4GT class, the number 31 of Jan Sedkowski in that main PC car, and he's about to lap. In front of him is the second place 4GT, which is the Wervo Moto number 98 car driven by Howard Idle. Oh, and he's done a bit of Kemp-Rock AstroTurf there. He's just gone to the grass there. Maybe it's a sort of new layout here for Spa.
Yeah, maybe. You never quite know.
Probably Herman Tykes come in and said, let's get some roading going on down the Camel Straight there.
I've got to say though, Paul, Pinkowski he's smashing it, isn't he?
He's just a machine. I'm just looking at these lap times. He's just a machine. Okay, it seems to have dropped off a little bit in these last 3 laps, but maybe he had a bit of traffic there.
Traffic, yeah.
But still, he's just putting in the lap times, lap after lap. He's owned this Ford GT class this race.
And Ford GT and P8 is, with all due respect, something that we didn't think we'd see, Ryan.
No, the Ford GT is obviously, first and foremost, is not really a high participating car in the official series for the, if I'm correct, it's the World Sports Car Series.
Yes, I think it is.
It was. Obviously iRacing have now brought out the GT3 version of the Ford GT, and there's a large number of people driving it now. Obviously we saw it in the Governing Tweakers League when I was there last week in Brazil. There's quite a large number of Ford GTs in there, so it's good to see that this car is getting back to the iRacing community now, and a lot more people are driving it. So it's good to see that one of the cars is currently in the top 10 overall, and as you said, a bit of a surprise to be up there.
I think the main surprise though, Paul, I don't know if you'll agree, is the actual lap times that he's getting out of this thing.
He's certainly getting good lap times consistently as well. It's not just a one-off lap time that he's getting from that car. So I'm highly impressed by his performance in that Ford GT.
He's got it dialed in. It's just look, I've just been watching him for a couple of laps just while we've been talking about him, and he's just planted down. And 224.2. Okay, it's not great, but yeah, he's coming. Looks like he's coming to. Yeah, it's definitely at the end of the tyre stint. Surely he's been in the car since lap 48. Only in one pit stop. Yeah, the tyres are getting a little. To be honest, he's probably just easing off at this point, isn't he?
I mean, he's done 20 laps on this tyres, hasn't he? Just looking at the lap chart there. So yeah, the tyres will be coming to the end of their life now. So I'd certainly be taking it easy if that was the case.
Dave Williams leads by about 4 seconds. Well, it was about 4 seconds. Wildcat car in the pits.
Yeah,
for the final time.
This will be a very quick splash and dash. Will they keep second place? Is the question. I'm just going to keep an eye on the Spanish Caddy Aholics racing car. They have got traffic on ahead of them. There is a Kia and a Ford GT as it's approaching the corner with no name. I don't think they will make a driver change at this point. I don't really see it happening with only less than 20 minutes to go of the race. On there.
Tell you what though, Ryan, this will be the longest splash and dash you've ever seen on this pit lane.
Oh no! I'll keep an eye on the Spanish car as he will get past that Kia, the number 414, just gets away with it there. On there, as Gustin is really got a pump now. These good last sectors now. He's got to get a move on. He's got it too deep in the corner, but corrects it nicely. On there, as the Warrior car is just pulling into his box.
Do they need to begin that Spanish Caddy car?
You would think so.
Because they've been going since lap 71, haven't they? So.
Oh, lap 71, yeah, they probably.
Oh no, actually 74. Sorry.
74. It'll be tight. Yeah, that was a very quick pit stop, wasn't it?
I bet they didn't even change it. I bet it was just fuel.
Compared to McIntyre's stop, though, Paul, that was a click of the fingers, wasn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, certainly just a quick splash of fuel back out. You just got to hope they've made sure they've put enough in.
Yes.
I wonder. They will probably lower the engine map down as well to save fuel and just lift and coast.
Potentially. Yeah. I mean, this. Let's be honest, though, boys. This is not a track where you want to not have enough fuel and have to do another pit stop.
You don't need one, especially if you run out of fuel at the top of Camel Straight. You can't reverse back down that hill again. I can honestly say that.
And if you run out of fuel in, I don't know, Manicor or Valencia Street Circuit or somewhere like that with a really tiny pit lane, then it's fine. But here, no, not at all.
It's a very big penalty for having to pit more times than you need to. in a race, you certainly lose a lot of time going down that long pit lane. So it would be costly if they did under fuel, but I doubt they did. I bet they'll have done their calculations, seen how much fuel they're using per lap, and done a quick back of the fag packet calculation.
Oh, there's the spinner. That's the Canard PC 4GT, Mathieu Boisset. Oh, right at the top of the hill. Has he had a big moment coming out of radio?
He's got damage on the car. I think he just tapped all, didn't he? It's out of Eau
He
Rouge.
just lost it at the top of the hill.
Too much curb out of the exit of Eau Rouge and just lost
He
it.
did well not to hit anything, actually. Or
He
anyone.
Oh, that Porsche was us there, that rough.
That smashed him. And that was the VE racing entry, wasn't it? No, it wasn't.
He was literally centimetres from the wall. And that would have really hindered him, I would say, but gets away with it and he's on his way.
We haven't seen a lot of the Canard PC entry this time, Paul, have we? They're usually a pretty solid competitor in the 4GT class.
Yeah, they're usually up there, so I don't know what's happened there, but they're 6 laps down from the leader, and from the leader of the race.
It looks to me like they had damage in the first stint. When Jean-Marc Brunet was in, but it also looks like Mathieu Boisset is about 3 seconds a lap quicker than Jean-Marc Brunet, so that might be the explanation for why they were so far down compared to some of the other 4GTs.
Yeah, certainly quicker, as we've hit 10 minutes to go in this race, so not long to go now.
Just want to mention as well.
It's been really good.
Sorry, Woody.
That's right.
Is Scott McIntyre is in a train of cars. He's in a Ford GT/BM/Kia sandwich at the minute.
Oh no!
As that may help Lazar. Potentially could help him at one point on there, but still a long way. 10 minutes is not the click of a finger. These drivers will be just thinking it's just a million miles away for them. Still a long way to go. They've still got probably about 3-4 laps remaining for the race leader, but Lazar could possibly have a sniff, but I don't really see it because Scott's only got one more car in front of him until that Canard PC VLN car, which we saw spin. As we have the main PC Sim racing car, the Cadillac, is on pit road for the final time, as this will be probably a 2-second pit stop, knowing me, and have a little splash and dash.
Indeed, Steven Zescher. The Werpo Moto 98 4 GTs in the pits as well. Now,
some teams are struggling with fuel here.
That driver change for them, because that's just
yeah, there's no driver in the car, is there?
Harold D-Day's called it a day.
Oh, main PC's back out again.
Have Werpo Moto has Frank Neumann gone missing in action?
We'd certainly hope not.
I think we've just I think Werpo has retired.
Yeah, he's retired because it looks like Frank Neumann, Paul, hasn't either turned up for his stint, or maybe E-Day's done as much as he could possibly do. I don't know.
I'm just having a look. He spun at Le Com. He didn't hit anything though. He spun it at Le Com, and he's not hit anything. He's just retired it back to the pit.
Not hit anything or anyone. Very strange, because he was second in the class.
Which is a real shame to see that happening.
Very weird. I don't know what that is.
It could be a number of things. It could be a hardware issue. It could be the wheel, maybe disconnecting. We have seen it previously in other races on RaceSpotTV.
He might have been having severe.
We've got a 3-wide situation with Blanchimont nearly. David Williams there just gets away with that, along with Wolfgang and also Ollie Cry on the 2 roughs and a BM. This should be
interesting. That's risky from Williams, isn't it, to be involved in that scrap?
I just don't see why he would do that. He's got a minute and 1 minute 7 second lead over the next car, which is that Warrior Kart car. He can just lower the fuel, just drive very consistently, slow, avoid any wrecks, and he'll win the race. If he keeps doing this, we'll probably make a mistake. And
Wolfgang Wildenauer in that onlinesimracing.de rough, Ryan, who was in the middle of that. We haven't mentioned him yet. I just thought I'd mention him for once. But yeah, no, you're right. He shouldn't. Williams needs to be doing the the path of least risk, doesn't he? Completely.
As we see him just going a bit wide at the bus stop there. Joel Ferdinand, I think he was letting him through in that Conrad PC Motorsport Concordian P13 overall. On Lazar, doing 2:26 now, compared to Scott McIntyre's 22.7. So I think that battle is done and dusted, and I think Scott will keep that 4th place overall in class, and 2nd in the BMW class. So it will be a TNT Racing 1-2 in that BM class. So not long to go, boys, and looks like it's going to be TNT Racing's nice way to end the season in the spirit of VLN.
It is. I've been looking at the lap times of that Canard PC BMW, Paul, and they haven't been good all the way through the race.
Nah, they seem to be struggling. I was talking about 2:34 that last lap, although there was traffic, but 2:31 before that, 2:29. So they really are struggling for lap times.
I was watching the car in qualifying, and it just seemed like they weren't really extracting the performance out of it. So we've seen the Canard PC BMW doing decently in the past.
I mean, they qualified with a 25.3, so they appear to be struggling to start with lap time come to the leaders.
Yep. But I guess that can happen sometimes, and you just got to go with it. I suppose they finished 13th. It's not a disaster. They qualified 15th, so they have finished higher than they started. But you would expect that in an endurance race most of the time, wouldn't you? But
they're finishing. That's the main thing.
Yeah, that's it. They're finishing, and Canard PC are going to get 2 cars to the finish, which hasn't always happened for them. I remember they were involved in a couple of opening lap troubles and crashes, and I think in Suzuka one of their cars was involved in a crash. So yeah, it's getting to the end, not in great time, but getting to the end nonetheless.
And just let you know, the Zebra 3 car has got into 3rd place in class now because of the Werpo car still in the pits.
Yeah, that's Benjamin Truflandier. This is literally a victory lap, Ryan, for this car, who wrapped the title up by the 2nd place car not even turning up today.
Yeah, I'm watching him now. He's really short shifting now through the gears. So he's really just keeping going. He's doing 2:29 laps at the minute,
saving the engine as well, isn't it?
Which I think he's probably lowered or increased his engine mapping to save some more fuel. He is really cruising to victory, and obviously, as you said, he has won the championship already. So this is really just a celebratory race for this team. They've done a very good job overall throughout this season, and they totally deserve it.
I don't think David A. Williams believes in taking it easy towards the end, because he's still doing 21.7 that last lap. So he's still pushing the car for lap times.
He's having fun, and that's great. You just want to be careful, because you've got a 1minute and 7-second lead. Rather lose 7 seconds of that than lose a minute of that by crashing. But Dave knows what he's doing, and he wouldn't be in this position in the lead by so much, I suppose, if he didn't. But yeah,
I would
maybe he only knows one method of driving, and that's fast.
I personally would be taking it a lot easier, just to try and get just one more lap done for the race, because we're just under 3 minutes now to go. So I would just be taking it easy, just so we only have one more lap. But it doesn't look like it's doing that.
Well, no. I mean, when I was in the lead in the Kia in Montreal, I took the last lap unbelievably slowly. You wouldn't believe how slow it was, but
I was the same on Thursday night.
Yeah,
so.
And you said, we said straight away, we opened the broadcast with it pretty much, and it's one of those things, but maybe we're not as accustomed to winning. Well, we're definitely not as accustomed to winning as what David Williams is. There's no question there.
Yeah, one race win for me, and what is it, one for you as well. So
one for me, one for you. Yeah.
So yeah, it's not something I'm accustomed to. It's very much a difficult thing. But 2 minutes to go. I think this should be the last lap now.
Yeah, no, in fact, I don't think it is the last lap. We had the pace lap as well. We had the pace lap to deal with as well. So we might just get one more in. But he's almost got the lead that he could slow down and just wait for the white flag.
I would take it easy. Yeah, I would not be pushing this car at all.
But we never know. We've still got time remaining in this race. We've still got roughly around about 4 minutes to go in this race. So
definitely 2 laps then. But
I think Silvio Lazar is really struggling with the car because he struggled to stop the car into the bus stop, and he's doing a 26.3 that lap. And he did a 26. He's been doing 26s the last 3 laps, so he's really struggling with that. Romania car.
It's been struggling for a while, hasn't he? And I think, you know what, as well, we do underestimate the fact that tiredness could be setting in. It could be as simple as that.
Really, the European drivers, it's now probably nearly midnight their time, one in the morning.
It's just after
midnight. Some people, yeah.
But so that tired factor will come into play now. It's near the end. You just want to get this race done, get a cuppa, and get to sleep.
Let's face it. You know, Silvio Lazar has done. What's he done? Nearly 50 laps. That's over a Grand Prix distance in a car that's much slower than a Formula 1 car and much more physical to drive in a way. So I think, yeah, and the thing is, you know, a lot of people, Ryan, they have very good force feedback technology and rigs and things, and the pressure is sometimes physically even difficult to drive a sim racing car.
It is, and I can honestly say that I have mine really down, my force feedback. I am a twig, so I will say that. Like for example, the IndyCar, the DW12, for example, I have it on like 2.8 on the force feedback, and in like the F1 car, I have it like at 6. So it really depends on what you like. It's the driving style is the factor. I know some sim racers out there run really low force feedback on this game, this sim, so it depends on that. And obviously, the more you have it on, the more the it's going to be on yourself, and you maybe get like minor injuries on your shoulders or your arms. And I've had it before on there. So, what do you guys do? Do you have it the same, or do you have it
sort of medium?
I like a car that's got a heavy steering. Just to say, David A. Williams has started his last lap now. We're definitely on the white flag lap, so he's got underway. I prefer it a bit heavy steering. He's really still trying to push that car, isn't he?
He almost got a slow down there, didn't he?
That was close, being either a slow lap or spinning out. He's doing 22.9s, I would say that.
Yeah, there's no.
You can still lose. You can still lose the race now.
You can still lose the overall series championship as well.
Yeah, because the Karcher boys are still in the lead of the Kias.
Yeah.
I think possibly David may do another lap here. I think there may be one more.
He crossed line after it had hit 4 hours, so I would hope that this would be the last lap.
But that's 4 hours of. That's not 4 hours. That's 4 hours of session time, isn't it? So,
plus,
so the first 2-3 minutes were. So maybe there's another 2 laps to go. But either way, Dave Williams can still lose this championship.
It is. I think there will be another lap. There's 1 minute 45 remaining in the race. So next time by will be the white flag, and if he keeps doing what he's doing, I could honestly see a commentator's curse coming in. You know.
The thing is, he is the champion of Class 1. There's no question about that at all. But he's fighting for the series championship for TNT Racing, and you know, I know he's not going as fast as he can. He qualified on a 2:19.1, but even 2:22.9 looks like it's too fast, especially when he's flirting with AstroTurf and curbs and things. There's no need for him to be out there, and you know, we're not going to try and turn this into a lecture or anything. But you know, you've got all this time. Just slow down and chill out.
All right, there, Professor Woodhouse.
Thank you.
Just to quickly go through just like the top 3s of each class. I mean, you've got the TNT Racing car of David A. Williams in first for the BMW.
The Spanish caddy's in the pits, Paul. Sorry.
Oh yeah, he's just gone into the swill.
Has he not put enough gas in it?
Oh, this will be interesting. TNT Racing could have 2 cars on the podium overall. Yeah, maybe.
Well, no, it will happen.
Yeah, it will happen because they're just coming through Blanchimont now with Scott McIntyre.
How has that happened? Did they try and stretch that out?
Yeah, but as we said, Williams is now his last lap. The white flag is out, and this really, I think, is just let's just party, let's just cruise now, and don't crash into any walls.
Or a Kia.
As he's going to get past. Luckily for him, he's on the camel straight, so he's going to just go on the left-hand side, past the 451 car, and is on his merry way again. Next up for him is the current Kia leader, which is Andreas Katz, who obviously competes, I believe, in the British Touring Car Championships.
He does.
He's
He's going to win the title potentially on Thursday at Brands Hatch. He's done a really good job. It's ironic, isn't it, Paul, that Andreas Katz has been so dominant in this race, but he's 9 laps down overall. That's what endurance racing does to you.
Yeah, especially when you've got a car with the top speed of the Kia. It certainly has. It does struggle for top speed, but it's still a good car to drive, and they've done a good job there of David and Andreas to once again win. It's every race that they've competed in the Kia this season they've won. Yeah. So
to be honest, they'll want to be lapped here, won't they? Because they'll want.
Oh
this
yeah,
to finish.
I would be waving them past, going, "Yep, go past. Let's just get to the finish."
Just want to quickly mention as well, the Spanish Caddy cars have lost third place to the TNT Racing car, so that car is now up to P3. As we just mentioned, that the other TNT, David Williams, has got past Andreas Katz.
Andreas Katz just getting completely out of the way there.
He is, as we can see now, Williams out, starting the final descent now towards the end. What has been a fantastic season of the Spirit of VLN, as he's coming now towards Francorchamps. If I see him spin here, I will be amazed, but I don't see that.
Well, David A. Williams and Robert Tinsley, they've been the class of the field all the way through. This is the final lap. This is the final corner, and it's David Williams and Robert Tinsley and glory for TNT Racing.
Fantastic.
Here at Spa, they win the Spirit of VLN-series, they win their category, and that is their 4th win of the season. They've had 4 wins and a 2nd place, and Paul Smith, that is sensational performance.
It's just dominant. Sorry, what was that?
Just saw a moment there with his fellow teammate, the TNT Racing 2 car, went over the bus stop and thought he nearly lost it there, but he comes home in 3rd place, so that is fantastic. TNT Racing have got a 1-2 in the BM class and a 1-3 overall. And I've got to give a shout out as well. That Warrior Kart double dash car is coming out towards Francorchamps. He deserves that 2nd place. I would not have expected the caddy to be 2nd overall in this class. And
100%.
Henry Gross has done a fantastic job in that. And also, we've got to mention Christian a bit as well.
Yeah, definitely. Paul, what an achievement from TNT Racing.
It's a fantastic achievement from TNT Racing. I've just got to say, Warrior Kart Double Dash, the only other car on the lead lap as well. So an incredible effort from them in that caddy. It is a fast car, but to stay on the lead lap and only be 1 minute and 9 seconds down from the overall winner is an incredible effort. But yeah, the TNT team, fantastic work from them. As there's a little bit of donuts going on at the source from the Porsche, from the rough. So a bit of fun there had by them. But yeah, David A. Williams and completely gone blank there. Robert Tinsley, there we go. A fantastic effort from them to win the championship and that race.
Yep.
Just want to sorry, Woody. I just want to mention as well. Congrats to Andreas Katz, who has won the class in that Porsche car, a lap ahead of his nearest rival, which was the Not Enough PK Racing car. I've got to say, I've only been in for an hour and a half. I've got to say that Andreas Katz and his teammate have done a fantastic job. David Barker, they are my drivers of this race. I was only in for an hour and a half, but they totally deserved it, and they have just walked it. They've done a Vettel-esque performance in that gear class.
Baker and Katz just outstanding. Dave Williams doing some donuts on the Kemmel Straight and blowing the engine of the BMW in the process. There we go. That's the way to send it out, Paul, isn't it? And
well, certainly. And a shout out for the Mempsey backup GT of Jan Satowski and Jonas Vollmeyer to just dominate that class today, finishing a lap ahead of their teammates. So great effort from them there.
And the final champion is not Talk Free Racing. Talk Free Racing won the race here today. But it's Sim Racing Ecke, Mario Dietz, Sebastian Scheiber. Just really, really good. They weren't the fastest car at all, Paul, were they? But they managed to put the championship together. They had I'll just go through the results. I mean, third in round 1, third in round 2, 4th in round 3. They won round 4, and then they were 4th in round 5, and then 2nd here today. Awesome job over the, they were the only team, I think, in any of the classes who scored that sort of points in every race.
Just consistency through the championship, kept a good pace, and they've done a good job to win that class there. Certainly a good effort from the team there.
And also congratulations to Steven Zescher and Neil Senkowski in the main PC sim racing Cadillac CTS VR. They are the champions of Class 2, and in the overall standings, they also did a really good account of themselves, finishing in the top 10 as well. So well done to everyone involved. It's been a terrific season. The spirit of VLN well and truly alive, and well, Paul, it's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure for the commentary today. Thanks for joining me.
That's okay. It's a pleasure. So it's just a shame that I had to join you on the commentary to be involved in this rather than racing today.
Indeed it is, but we do have David Williams back again. Dave, 3rd time lucky, back in the booth.
Hey Andrew, thanks for having me back again, man.
Yeah, no, you're welcome. Brilliant job, really good. We were sat here just clenching our buttocks a little bit because you were going a bit fast at the end there.
Yeah, well, first off, I want to give a thanks to all of our sponsors who stayed with us this whole series. AIM Sports has been behind us the whole time. Allenberg Racing Schools, and now our new sponsor, GTR Simulators. Go check those guys out. Come to our website, tntracing.com. If you don't know how to find them, you can find them there. You'll find the links. Yeah, I came out of the pits at first, and I was like, I need to take it easy. The lead's huge. And just on my outlap, I found myself making a lot of mistakes. And I just said to myself, usually when you tell a race car driver to slow down, that's when they break and mess up and hit something. So I'm just going to drive like I drive. And that's what I did. I just drove the car like I would normally drive it.
Did you, I know you said to us you weren't worried about the Cadillac, but did it cross your mind that they had good pace at any point to beat you, or was it all under control?
I was under control the whole time. I know they had to pit, but I didn't want to pass them in the pits. I wanted to prove that I could catch them on the track and pass them, so that's why, another reason I was driving hard. I wanted to actually put it behind them on the track.
Paul, have you got anything for Dave?
It's just congratulations on the championship win. It must be feeling to just sign it off with the race win as well.
Oh yes, Paul, definitely great end to the season. I've had 5 different drivers with me this season. I want to give a thanks to all of them. Scott McIntyre, Benjamin Lindsay, James Wyckoff, Riley Preston, and Bobby Robert Tenzie. All those guys, they helped me drive this car all season long. So it's been pretty good, and with what I think should be the overall championship win, a race win, and the class win, I think that's about all you can't win in a series. So I think we did what we set out to do this season.
And you must be happy with Robert's driving today, because he was just absolutely Mr. Consistency, just on the dot every time, every lap, just keeping the consistent lap times coming through. It must have really been helpful for him, making your life easier.
Yeah, what's even more impressive about that is this is only Robert's 2nd time racing the BMW. He raced with me the first time that I needed a co-driver. He was the co-driver, and that was his first time in the BMW, and this is his 2nd time in the BMW. He actually an HPD driver I think he's sitting 4th in points right now in the World Championship Series points right now. So he don't drive this car normally. So to come out and put in the performance he put in, the laps he put in, keep the car clean, both races, just a testament to how good of a driver he actually is.
Yeah, tremendous from both of you, and like you say, you're going to be back for the next season.
Yeah, definitely. We got to come back. I mean, we won the championship. You want to defend that, so hopefully we can put another championship in our belt next time around. We'll see how it goes. All
right, David. Thank you very much for joining us, and congratulations again. And we will see you in April.
Thanks again, Andrew, and thanks again to our sponsor for sticking behind us. AIM Sports, Allenberg Racing Schools, and now GTR Simulator. Have a good day, guys.
Thanks, David. Cheers. We are joined now. That was David Williams. Got another David in the booth. David Barraclough joins us now.
Hello, Dave Baker, Andrew.
Oh, it's Dave Baker. Hello, mate. How's it going?
I told you I'd be a bit happier next time I talk to you.
That's Hugo's fault, that. You can blame Hugo for that. It just says Dave B. It could have been anybody.
Yeah.
Well done, mate. Excellent job. It looked like it was fairly straightforward all the way through. Did you say that the Not Enough PK team, did they have a disconnection?
Yeah, we think they had a disconnect about sort of halfway through the race. I mean, they were giving us a real tough run at the start. Luckily, we were able to stretch our lead a little bit, and it's nice to team up with a sparring partner from BSRTC, Andreas, on this. Usually my rival, but as a teammate, he's fantastic.
Yeah, the top two in the Engine Oil Direct Touring Car Championship, and working together on this occasion, it must have been good to win by such a margin.
Yeah, always nice to win by such margins, and I know you just had obviously David for TNT Racing on. I mean, they demonstrated the same up front. I mean, those guys have looked unstoppable. So I'm not sure what the final championships things are going to come out as, because I know we were actually in contention for the overall, but to have won 5 out of the 5 races we took part in the Kia and keep our noses generally clean, that's an achievement enough.
Yeah. I mean, Paul, anything for Dave, your sparring partner from BSR?
Yes, fellow teammate from the Lugnuts team in the BSRTC. Just congratulations on the championship in the class there. Just a shame that I couldn't beat you to this one.
Yeah, well, we're always looking for more drivers to take part in the Kia class for this series. It is great fun racing. Just because you might not be right at the front, but the racing is fantastic all the way throughout the field. So hopefully we'll get more people taking part next time round.
I'll tell you what, Dave, if you want to sack him from Lugnuts, and he makes a very good commentator, so you could just get rid of him completely if you wanted.
Oh, well, I'll have to look back on the broadcast and fill in on that.
Yeah, I want to race a little bit more yet first.
Well, yeah, you've just got your first win. You can't quit now.
No, that's it. Well done, Dave. Excellent
Cheers,
job.
guys.
Tell Andreas same from us.
Will do. Fantastic on the broadcast as always, guys.
Watch the broadcast back. You'll enjoy it, I'm sure.
I'm sure many people will.
I take it you'll be back then in April for the next season?
Yeah, we were just discussing that. We're likewise, like with the TNT guys, we'll hopefully be back to defend sort of our title and get more people involved, and yeah, we'll be back.
As well, it's going to be once a month now, so possibly easier for participation, I guess.
Yeah, particularly with the BSRTC ramping up. It'll be nice to do some of these endurance events, but yeah, we'll definitely be back.
Alright. Thanks, Dave. Well done again.
Cheers, guys, and cheers to everybody involved in organising this. It's been great fun, and I'm sure I say that on behalf of all the drivers that have taken part.
Paul, we've said it a lot about Dave Baker. I've said it a lot on this commentary, and I've said it a lot on Thursday nights as well. You know, he's a class act. He's such a good driver, and teammate of yours, you must be really happy for him, I guess.
Oh, I'm delighted for him to win that. Granted, he is a rival in this championship, so for ourselves, but him and Andreas have absolutely dominated the Kia class this season. Hopefully, we'll be able to take the fight to them next season for our team. I'm hoping we can get our team together. If not with Russell, with maybe somebody else, depending on commitments. But certainly, I want to give it a go. Try and win this championship.
All right, nice one. You may have just been drafted into RaceSpot, though, mate. We might need to ban you from racing, depending on what's going on. But no, thank you very much, mate. It's been a pleasure, and thanks for stepping in and saving my ass.
It's okay. It's been a pleasure, and it's been a lot of fun. So thanks a lot, and yeah, well done to everyone who's won the championships and won the races today, and basically anyone who's actually finished the races, because I know what an achievement it is to finish those races.
And there will be a further 6 races of the Spirit of VLN coming your way very shortly. Starts in April, 1 every month, and they will be here on RaceSpotTV. From Andrew Woodhouse, Paul Smith, Hugo Louis on cameras. It's been an absolute pleasure to cover this series. We've got deserving champions in all the classes. Bring on next season. Thank you very much. We'll see you next time on RaceSpotTV, the home of the 2015 iRacing.com World Championship Series.